Go, YouTube. I believe in you. Hello, NS66. Good morning to you. How are you? Lovely seeing you. Give me 1 second to move something around. Do this. There we go. That's a bit better. I can move my moon armor to a safer place where it's not going to get blown around by the wind. Works barely. Sometimes YouTube takes a little bit of time to start up, but there we go. It is now good. I am doing good. Thank you, John O'Clock. How are you? It is lovely to see you, buddy. Oh, that's nice. Hello, Balthazar on YouTube. Hello, Caffeinated Minds over on YouTube. Guess that I forgot something. I was just moving the moon armor because I've got the window open. I've got a blind down to prevent any sun coming through and to kind of causing too much light bleed. With the window open because B is sitting out there on the windowsill, it's blowing the blind slightly, and it keeps on hitting my moon armor and making loud crinkly noises. So clearly, to protect the moon armor and my own ears, I've moved it. How are we all doing today? I know it's Monday. I know we're all deeply upset about that fact, but we will get through it together. We will have a nice, relaxing Monday. Going live is not something. Shit. I knew I'd forget. I just forgot today. Bear with. You're making a very good point. Yeah, I did forget. I didn't forget yesterday, though, but I did forget today. Copy. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. It broke again. Ooh. You're new. Welcome on in, Neuralsmere. How are you doing? I think I need patience. I don't think so. Oh. Oh. Wild. Okay. Everything okay? Dune, are you upset? Dune a little bit upset, but manageably so. It takes 10 seconds to do its thing. Yeah, it does take a while. There is a... So when you do that, Twitch puts out a couple of like messages. It pulls the clip. It has to process the clip. It has to save it. It has to do a bunch of things. If you were going to do that using the clipping tool, it takes you about 30 seconds to make a clip. The command taking 10 seconds, it does need to do something. So if it doesn't work initially, give it a few seconds to spit it out, because Twitch has to do a bunch of stuff on its, its back end for it to actually process that clip and save it properly so that it can be displayed. Nora, I will call you Nora. Thank you very much for correcting me. How are you today? Welcome in over on YouTube. Hope you're having a tolerable Monday, Nora. May I ask how you found the stream, Nora? It's 2 to 5 minutes. You're a bit of a perfection freak. I tend to find that clipping is one of those things that if you take too long with it, you start to lose your mind. But yeah, the Twitch system takes a little bit of time to keep up. So that's why it's probably taking you a hot second to get anything done there. Okay, so today we've got 5 missions to do, which won't be with the bonus. I could do Landsrad voting. Well, apparently everyone's voting for exclusive vehicle import rights. Vehicle is not the one to go for. I'm going to be honest with you. Landsrad weapon vendor is still better, I think. Why though? Because weapons fun. Bias refined boost in the crafting is quite nice. Yeah, Luther's been doing it. Yes, so you got 400 melange. Have they buffed that then? Because it used to be 30 melange. The bonus yield chance is 10%. So it's 10% chance of, I thought it was 30 spice. It depends on what level you've gotten to, because there is also increasing amounts to that, depending on what level you are in crafting. 20% yield total. There's also other things in here around increasing yields, around refines and stuff. I think it is. Refining speed. Recycle jackpot. Refining speed, jackpot chance 5%. That's recycle again. I didn't know it was 100. I didn't know it was 200. I thought it was 30. Luther would know better than me. You know, is it the unique sandcrawler vacuum is the Landsrad though? New folks might be wanting that. I mean, yeah, doesn't really matter. My vote isn't going to change anything. Like as you can see, the vote's already decided. There's no point. There's no reason not for me to actually vote either way. Like weapons, we win. Vehicles, we win. As long as it's not refining, because no one needs the time really that much. Like, did I fix the OBS for G? The main thing G needs to do on OBS is all related to audio. So I've walked her through how to do a bunch of audio improvements. So next stream, G should have noise suppression, noise gate, equalizing, and de-esser. So there basically should be none of that background noise, none of the clicking, etc. Someone did vote for refining. Some people will want refining. To be clear, it's okay to want refining. If you are the kind of person who would benefit from that refining, so be it. Great. Baron Spice Breakers, that makes sense. Some water back in there. Hang on a second, let me just change the playlist so it's not the same one as I was listening to all of yesterday. Actually, I'll put that one. I'll put my starting playlist on. You get directly thrown into the game. Whee! The piss command, which seemed the go piss girl was very needed. She said she needs to pee and she just wasn't going to go, so I just made the gossip girl command. XOXO go piss girl. Hello, Alpha. How are you doing? Alpha, I was meaning to say yesterday you subbed, and I'm not sure if I saw your sub while you were here. I just wanted to specifically say thank you very much for the resub yesterday, buddy. I think it was. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much for being here. A few of us broke Gregor's. Oh dear. What happened on Greg's stream yesterday? And I'm not saying that out loud. Have a free. Thank you very much, Krasmedic. Luckily, in order to be very, very helpful for myself, what I've actually done is I've unbound my F key keybinds from vehicle so that when B does come and visit, he can't do that. As long as it's not F1 and F2, the only two I actually ever need, we should be good. Speaking of keybinds, that's well reminded. Thank you. Make this my active profile. Let me just change my mouse settings quickly, 1 second. I would like you to automatically reset. Check your app you're working in. Get my phone back on. That's cold, so the window's getting closed as well. Thank you, Pete. He has moved on. He's gone to go and sunbathe outside because the weather in the UK has suddenly become nice. This is the only sun we'll get all year. If I treat it that way, we might actually get sun later in the year. So today in June, we are focusing predominantly on getting our exploration level up. If we can get exploration level 50, increases inventory size by 1 row. That's another 5 more slots, which is just going to be great. That's our goal. After this, exploration kind of falls off. You know, vehicle recovery cost, not important to us. Vehicle fuel efficiency, not that important. Boost heat generation, I mean, useful, but not that important. Heat dissipation, again, not that important. Vehicle fuel efficiency, not that important. Heat dissipation, not that important. Next one of any kind of value, 71, scanning range by 35%. The only thing we use scanning for is doing deep desert scanning. Alpha English weather, don't you mean rain? Depends on where you are in the UK. Some parts of the UK are significantly nicer than you would think. Then 74, sandworms, threat minus 10%. Great if I'm sand crawling, but right now I haven't got the skills for sand crawling. So I won't be sand crawling. I'll be carrier piloting. Helmet 75. So 77 is the next thing I actually really want, which is 5 more slots. 77 is a huge amount more XP from level 50. Vehicle sandstorm damage after that, not so important. Dissipation, fuel efficiency, damage resistance on vehicles, that could be good. 88. Spencer power drain, 93. And then more inventory sizes again at 100. It's an awful lot of work to go into those. Combat, I think, will be where I focus after level 50, purely because after level 50, yeah, I'll have 50% increased inventory capacity, and I'll occasionally do some of these missions. But if I focus combat, I'll do more damage, I'll have more mitigation, and I'll be able to proceed further through all of these trees to get more skill points, which then means I can go into things like, if I go back into skills, I can then go and get the skills in sandcrawler yield, for example, and I can actually go back to sandcrawling, which means I've got a reason to go back and do the exploration tree. But right now, we're pretty happy with this build that we've got, and I think focusing on making a better build for doing the dungeons and doing other missions is going to be more important for us long term. The stagger damage from sabotage can be useful. That also might be something we go on the route of. Yes, Sabu. Yeah. The thing about the sabotage tree is obviously that it goes down headshot damage, which is not very important to me. It would offset doing center mass, but I obviously don't shoot them in the head, so headshot damage is completely irrelevant. Detection range is kind of useful. Recognition speed kind of useful. The staggering is useful once we are... If we stun an enemy, for example, with melee, I believe that increased damage we're doing that. So if we can get this up to like level, you know, if we can get sabotage up to level like 20, that's 10% more damage to every single one of the targets that we're trying to cut through the shields of with slow blade. Sorry, I realize I'm talking quite quickly. English weather, rain, wind, snow, fog, maybe all at once with a flash of sun every now and then on rare occasion, even twisters. So you live in the north then. That's the north's weather. There's a really nice section of the south of the UK, which is really well shielded by Cornwall and Devon, Wales, the South Downs, and then the North Downs from above. You basically have this really kind of quite nice band of the UK in the south, where there's like 75% rain, like sun cover. Shigawire stagger and shoot them up. I'm getting quite annoyed with the Shigawire stagger. I'm going to be honest with you. Fighting heavies with the Shigawire is becoming really irritating because the heavies just completely ignore it, which is frustrating. So today we are doing all exploration missions. So open fire, sabotage aboard the Taiki, and Fremen finds. So we've got Flushing Caverns, Taiki, and then Smuggler's Run. The other thing we have to remember on the Landsrad, I just remembered that actually, like, this will be the first time we can actually do anything with our Landsrad voting. For the last few months, I've been in Totally Normal Neighbors, but Thor doesn't log on to do the voting. So that's actually got about 100,000 points in it from stuff that I did this week with the group. Is there still 2 times XP? Nope. That ended earlier today, I believe. Yorkshire, that would make it. Yeah, Yorkshire's wet. It's up near the Lake District for a reason. Those lakes don't come from nowhere. I like that this is arse hunt, Garrison. You gotta hunt for arses. Oh, that Sergeant Angel's coming in. Check out his arse. Peter Parker, I don't think that's true, but if there's anyone I was going to trust with it, it would obviously be the Spider-Man. What's his name? Tom. Is he another Tom? Tom Hiddleston. Tom. It. No, it's gone. It's gone. It's completely gone. Tom Holland, that's the one. Thank you, Alpha. I appreciate being able to outsource my memory to chat. Tom Holland is well known for being the worst person at keeping a secret in the Marvel universe. Okay, you're just kind of getting a bit odd now, so I'm just going to kind of do this. We don't need those kind of chat on YouTube. Wig Diddley, I'm not sure that a solution to the amount of rainfall in the Lake District is ball gags. That doesn't sound right. I'm not an expert in precipitation, but I'm not sure that's going to help. Wait, where am I actually going for this objective? Which one am I doing? I've forgotten. I only ever do the combat abilities and the inspiration at once, and I've forgotten which one's which. Is this last one the one that's at the back? It is. Don't worry about me. Nothing to worry about here. So that counts as staggered. When I've got him hit with the slow blade, I'm fairly sure that counts as the staggered. So that heavy hit, so he would take 10% more damage. So theoretically, I could kill enemies in one hit rather than two once slow bladed. Yeah, that was awful. Oh, okay, that's not great. See, the NPCs with their rapiers are just ridiculous because they can use the parry window perfectly. Humans can't because we don't. There's no indicator of where the parry window actually is. The devs haven't helped us with it. I think the rapier is now awful as a result. There's no way that I've not seen any player as good with the rapier as an NPC can be because the NPC seems to somehow know, or it works differently for them. You made an executive decision to delay the house cleaning till tomorrow so that you can watch K. Why don't you I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this works for everyone, but sometimes I find that it's easier for me to do stuff around the house while I'm watching someone else stream. So maybe put me on your phone and carry me around while you do the housework and have a conversation with me. Everyone take one memory from Crohn's and hold on to it. That's basically how that seems to work. Sometimes I kind of feel sorry for the NPCs in this game because like they're just kind of minding their own business, and all of a sudden Emily Slider rocks up and just removes their heads with the sword, which is kind of unfair but deeply funny. I'm just saying. So you did on Friday. You carried me around while you cleaned. I really enjoyed it. I enjoy knowing that I'm body doubling for you guys while you work or while you do stuff. I just find that quite fun. I have a friend who told me that she at one point just couldn't get herself to go to the shops. So she just tuned into the stream and just like had me yapping in her ear while she walked around Sainsbury's doing her shopping. And I was like, you know what? I respect that. I'm glad I could be involved. Good afternoon, Classic Buster. How are you doing? This memory is sticky. What do you do with it? Well, how else am I, how else am I going to remember how to use sticky keys? You see my Baseland Deep Desert? Yeah, we've got a whole stream today. I could do some spice gathering, Spook. What if there was spice today that I wanted to gather? What else have we got? Okay. Rift Recon Run. Love that one. Rift Recon Run's my favorite. Open fire at the Flossing Caverns. That is the Smuggler's Run. Let's go do Smuggler's Run first. When are we getting a beautiful braid from my hair? Not long enough yet. I have to work that one out. See, it's fairly easy to do like a braid or a plait for someone else, but I feel like I don't have I've never learned to do my own hair. So I have to learn how to I'm not doing pigtails. No, that's not happening. You're more open for more spice in like an hour and a half. We're up for it then. You're semi-occupied until then at least. That's fine. I can make it work. I'll see who's around if I'm spicing. Ponytail I could very much do. Ponytail would be easy because that's just a matter of just grabbing it all at the back. Excuse me, Alpha. I'm already so putty. Thank you. Very rude of you to suggest that I'm not. Hello, Salia. How are you? What prompted me to grow my hair out? So I finished corporate work in March 2025, and I was like, you know what? I've had to have my hair short basically my entire life, looking professional, the workplace, etc. I'm just gonna let it grow, and I just haven't had it cut since March the 31st last year. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing that's happened. You're also running into Spice Driver. You also have a carrier and a transport. That's good to know, Nellis. That's very good to know. You saw the old photo? I was handsome? Horrifying. Can't believe you're saying nice things about me. I took the song Let It Grow from the Lorax. That's what it was. That's what it was. I was listening to Lorax and was like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll let all my hair grow. And if you don't know the film The Lorax, you definitely should, because there's some great references in that. It's a very, very good film. The Frozen has Let It Go, but the Lorax has Let It Grow, an actual song. What I mean. If you haven't seen the Lorax, I would recommend it. It's great fun. It has some great music in it too. It's a very good film. Hello, CS King Baba. The spice is excellent, as it is every day. Hope you're doing well. You've seen it, traumatized for life. What about it traumatized you? Is it the giant bear? That would be traumatizing. Yes, that is. Or is it when the one really small bear gets the fruit taken away from him? He's like, oh, because that bit is also great, very enjoyable. Love that too. You have your hair shaved on the underneath. You have too much hair, you can't tell when it's down. I don't understand. I can't picture it. You read the lore behind it? I mean, fair. Luther, I can probably take it out to the deep desert base for Spook in a bit if Spook wants. I'm just doing my quests. If you're busy working. Oh wait, no, you've got today off. I forgot. It's not Tuesday. I keep on thinking it's Tuesday because I streamed yesterday. Genuinely, I didn't realize how much of a schedule I'd actually managed to get into, and it's really throwing me that I streamed yesterday. I find it really funny. It isn't Tuesday. No, if it was Tuesday, we'd be out making the Deep Desert base. I know that it's not Tuesday, yet does my brain really, like, accept that it's not Tuesday? No. It's definitely not Friday. I know when it's Friday because the Rebecca Black song plays in my head for free every day. Every single Friday. It's Friday in Canada? I don't believe that. I think it's Monday in Canada. Even the Canadians aren't that strange. And race against time. Perfect. Have a place to run. Have I heard the hyper pop version of Friday HD with Dorian Electra? No, I haven't. I definitely have not, Withering Mind. I've heard a number of the rather funny, like, what's the word, parody versions of it, which I always very much enjoy. Is Friday Sindri's favorite song? I didn't know that. That's fascinating, that is. The top part where passing bones occurs where your hair is long, the rest along the sides are shaved to it too. Oh, okay, so you've got like this section here shaved, wig, then you've got the top long. Oh wow, you requested it for Mr. Greggles. I too approve of torturing my friends, so good job. I'm proud of you. Thank you for that. Oh, nice, very cool. I imagine that works quite well with like the annoying like wispy bits that come from the sides, because they're the bits that always end up in your mouth. They're really annoying. I think if I just nip in here, I can just like yoink this and leave. Yeah. Yeah. Your hair is curly, it gets everywhere. Oh. My hair is curly-ish. Yeah, I'm sure you've all seen it. The problem with the long mustache, that's why Primogen has to be so careful with his extensions. He doesn't want them to be too long so they get in his mouth, but they also need to be long enough that he appears, you know, appears serious. No, no one's here. What are you talking about? You look like Charlie Chaplin. It's too short. Fair. Ooh, what a salt ornithopter engine. This reminds me of the Thopter of the Rocks every time I find one. Okay, there's a weird extra ledge there. We'll just stand here. Do this. Did I do the level 19 mission with Harko yet? How did I find it? Yes, I did, and I found it quite fun. It was quite cool. I can't remember what I did. You went to the Arston Basin, didn't you? You went to the garrison. That's the one. Yeah, that was good. It was easy. Very fun. You requested the comment around bad times by hosting Gummy Bear, and Greg said Friday was worse, and you disagreed. I'm going to be honest with you. I think you're kind of fighting for last place here. I don't think there's any winning. If you're choosing between Gummy Bear and Rebecca Black's Friday, I'm not really sure. Get that fly. I'll do it. You don't do that here. It's touch snow. At this time of year, for a lot of places around the world, it will be, yeah. Into this area here. We used up all of the water already. Amazing. I love it. Good job, Luther. Which one first? Race against time? Yeah, we'll do race against time first. Oh no, we've got 1 minute till the ads. We'll go for a little fly during the ads instead. We've been living. Duralumin is expensive water-wise. Yeah, we've always said that, Luther. Yeah. You can also touch snow in the freezer. I guess that's not incorrect. Okay, chat, the ads will be here in about 30 seconds. As many of you know, during the ads, I need to get up and do my stretches, my exercises. So I will be back in about 2.5 minutes. In the meantime, please make sure that you are standing up, stretching your legs, looking after yourself, because I would feel bad if, anything happened to any of you. And we'll be back for a little bit more Dune, etc. after that. So yeah, 10 seconds, stretch your legs. You can worry slightly about, the ad being who's come to consume your soul. But apart from that, you're right. The sun, it's all right. We'll deal with it. What sun? Safe. Very safe from the sun, Buck, but well remembered, well recognized. The sun can't find me in here, you see. But unfortunately, the ad Thor can probably still find us in here. Okay, ads, are you cut? Black garlic. The meat van. Ferrets. When will I do an introduction video for stretching? What, you mean like a Kronos' guide to stretching? Tempting. Hello, Red Falcon. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Thorn? I don't know who it'll be. Oh no, it's Baron Thorconin. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Welcome back after the ad break. Ascendio. Man, this is some BS, but I love it. Aha. That fly was no match for me, able to use outdoor. I used open the window on the fly and it was super effective. He was like, oh, outside, okay, I'll just leave there. Where's the best place to farm flower sand without a flying? Oh, that's a really complicated question because there is an answer, but I don't know with the flying if you can make it there. There's a really good spot, if I recall correctly, just here. I think here was a great flower sand location, either here or it was here, one of the two. It's one of the sides of this island. I feel like there's about half of a flower sand field which doesn't have worm sign. Obviously, getting here is quite a pain because this is a 700 or 800 meter gap. That's a big gap. It was removed recently. Oh no. But yeah, if you want to drive across, that's an 800. That's like a 700 meter gap from there to there. If you go up and around, you can do a 200 meter gap and like a 400 meter gap instead. I think going from the north here is easier, just obviously avoid the drum sand. But I think you can go here. It was removed recently, you say, Buck? Let me go and have a look. Just so everyone remembers, in Godzilla's mouth, there is still a loot cave. You've got the sniffles and sneezes from your inoculation. I'm glad you watched tissues. You sometimes have to. Your body just starts to react in certain ways. It's like, oh wait, I have to do something. Gross. Let's go and check out that one. Hello, Elemental Beard. It's been a while. Yeah, how things been? Things have been really, really good. Thank you, bud. How about for you? It's good to see you. Does the loot have tartar on it? Probably, yeah. Yeah, up in Godzilla's mouth, he doesn't brush, so it was there yesterday, but sometimes it's farmed on your server if somebody has a base there. You can always switch sietches. Well, those little upwards flick maneuvers don't work anymore. To slough off some speed, I used to you used to use the little upwards flick and you'd lose about 40 to 50 kilometers an hour, which is perfect basically for you know, making those final approaches to a location. But of course, if I do an upwards flick now, it takes a lot more to slough off speed. So I actually need to learn how to fly again differently. Things have been wild. Work's been hell with an urgent migration project from an automation system to Microsoft. I am very sorry to hear the work's been so stressful, Elemental Bit. I hope things do clear up for you, buddy. Wig Diddley, thank you very much for the 100 bits. You are awesome. Thank you very much. I wonder if I can... Yes, you can go tactical into glide mode for some rapid repositioning. That's an interesting method. That's lost off speed, so maybe it's about micro using the different variants of what? Nope, that was wrong. That was the wrong turn. Operation failed successfully. Let's go and check out that flower sand field. PP canvas loving issues? What do you mean, John? Is it still off? I mean, it isn't automated, so there is that. I'll have to have a look on the revenue page in a second. It says 14. Okay, that must mean that it's just the Twitch side. Let me go and update it then. So yeah, this flower sand field here is slightly safe, but it's not a huge field. You can probably get a few thousand flower sand from it if you need to. If I run across the field here, see I've got no worm sign. There's no worm sign until you get to about here-ish, like the far side of the field. Oh, actually, maybe the whole field is out of the worm sign now. Oh no, okay, so yeah, you see I'm getting some worm sign out here. Yeah, it's where I said it was, yeah. And then it stops when you go a little bit further in. So about here-ish, there's obviously no worm sign left. So you can harvest here absolutely fine. Like here, I can just do this. You were looking forward to the crash thing with the cling. Oh, you would like this. Oh, it's a good one. I've also got this. Oh wait, that's not working. Why is that muted? Yeah, that. And then this is what I was playing a second ago.
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, you know. I'm just fucking
you can't just say that, Winky. You just can't. That's not okay. I don't know how long you can do this for before it stops you. Should we find out? I have got another one of these. This is from a guild meeting, originally for Ashes of Creation.
Dinosaur, roar!
Dinodor. Wow. Thank you, Harpy, for that one. That was great. Good job. That's okay, so you can get a decent radius just from doing that. So we've got 55 flower sand in that little radius, but okay. Well, that's not my PC that's stuttering. That's just the game having a bit of a wobbly. You mean the ting from the Mosin Nagant? No, that is an M1 Garand ping. That's not a Nagant. That's taken from an M1 Garand. You have something like PTSD when you hear AOC? You know, we have to recognize that, like, you know, it was a thing. We can't ignore it. I think that what we can really be grateful for is how many awesome people that, you know, I've gotten to meet and are now kind of a good part of my life as a result of Ashes, you know? Whether or not the game itself was a good project, I can't deny this had a positive impact on my life, you know? And I'm glad I've met all the people I've met through Ashes. That's a whole thing. That's all right. I'm very particular about my M1 Garand pings, so, you know. Just wondering about how you go about moving into getting paid for moderation. Any pointers or tips? Getting paid for moderation is a really interesting one. I was doing the moderation and then Thor blew up and was like, yeah, okay, I'll pay you. It wasn't something I went into with the goal of, oh yeah, I'd like to be paid for the moderation work I'm doing. And I don't actually know if I'm the person to ask about, okay, how do I turn what I'm doing here into a full-time job? But what I'm really broadly kind of good at is it's about creating a community and adding that kind of value to the community in any kind of streaming position that you're in. If you're adding value, the streamer will see that, and any good streamer to whom you're adding value should want to give you some of that value back. So as an example, one of the things that I want to do, actually to work out how I'm going to do it, is if any of my mods or any of the people who are supporting me are going to be making clips and then you know, getting those edited, for example, I will happily give them all of the ad revenue and just find a way to do that, because ultimately they're the ones who are making that money that I wouldn't be able to make otherwise, because I have the Pyro software community on the side. I can't also do editing and learn to do all of that and do that 30-40 hours a week when I also have my job to do. The face I make with the M1 Garand, I know it's just a good noise. It's just great, just great. You'll want a melon ball your eyes. Yeah, that's a thing. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, doing moderation for a job for a place like Facebook, for example, is going to be a challenge, I think, because as far as I understand it, most of what Facebook does is outsource that overseas, where they can pay quite a low level of salary because it's the national average rather than what they would pay a skilled person in the US for doing that work. So you might find there might not be a lot of like kind of US or Western focused Facebook based moderation available anymore. Because if I was Facebook, that's probably, I can imagine that's what they were doing. Outsourcing overseas for cheaper forms of doing labor is a very common way that, you know, multinational companies do business these days to save their costs. Do I agree with it? No. I think that if you're paying somebody to do moderation work, you should pay them moderation salary regardless of where in the world you are. And if you're US based, pay them the US salary. But I understand that not everyone can do that, and very few places actually will do that. Thank you, Nellis. I'm glad that you got that one. Rewarding you with B is all the reward we want. Well, I'd like to deliver more value than just B, you know. My goal has always been just to help out my friends and stuff. That's what I did with Thor, and that's ultimately why I'm really lucky to have this role that I do have. But if I hadn't had the role for Thor, I would still be doing what I'm doing. I'd still be part of, you know, a couple of streaming groups. I'd still be part of a couple of, you know, small streams. I'd still help them with moderation, still help them out and stuff. I've been doing that since like 2015 or so, maybe even before that, 2013. Do I still moderate for Thor? Yeah. We don't do moderation of chat the same way, but there's still more community management and moderation that's needed behind the scenes. Mostly things like Discord and stuff was where most moderation is actually needed. Because a bit like me, Thor basically moderates his own chat now because it's just easier for him. Like, you know, most of the time you don't need an extra person on, so Thor just kind of mostly covers his own one, and then if him and the mods are around, they cover what's left. But covering Discord, looking after community, looking after you know, those kind of things is actually more important. You have new friends / parasocial nerds stalking you politely on Discord. That's fine. As long as they're politely and respectfully stalking, I guess we're okay. I'm fine with that. It's the disrespectful stalkers you've got to watch out for, I say. There are only 2 mods from his 5,000 members with a global reach. Have taken a note of community manager, engaging members of the creator has loads of projects on. At that point, Elemental, it's about having a conversation with your streamer, with your content creator, and talking to them about, okay, well, you know, you're doing A, B, and C things. You think that, you know, you were wondering if there was a way that you could be remunerated for it. It's about having a really open conversation and going into that calmly and going into that fairly and levelly, because you don't necessarily know where they're at with it. It might be a new idea to them. It might be something they've wanted to do for a while, but they can't afford to. Ultimately, that's going to be a very individual conversation. I don't know how that will go for you. It depends on your relationship with them. But have a conversation with them. If you're already doing the work, have a chat with them. Just be open with them. Open and honest about your expectations and what you would like from it. Because if they are making money from your work, I personally believe that if I'm making money from someone else's work, they should be rewarded in some way. That's how I feel about it. But not everyone does feel that way. And that's down to any boss, any company you work for, anything like that. You have to decide where your lines are, where your morals sit. Have I tried doing the dungeons? I've done several of the dungeons, yes. Which dungeon are you asking about, Alpha? Any tips for a solo player getting into Plastinium tier? Ooh. Getting into Plastinium tier now. What do you enjoy inside of the game speech? What is it that you enjoy? Yes, Alpha, I have done the new endgame ones. Yes. I know what you're talking about. The new overworld dungeons. Yes, we've done them. Yes, we've shown them on stream. Yeah. Not today, I haven't done any, but we've shown them on stream before. I mean, there you go. We're just checking out that one field. We actually got 1,500 flower sand, just lazily. What did I just put in there that I didn't mean to put in there? I need my vehicle repair tool, Kronos. What are you doing? The Electro one's probably better now that the performance is better. Hello, Tonton. I am doing very good, thank you. I hope you are doing well. That's a lot of bodies still. Did I still leave bodies in any of these? No. Luckily I didn't. Electric one feels half finished. I don't... Electric one's probably my least favorite of the bunch. It just doesn't feel that fun. How do you remember which stuff is in which container? You remember the layout. They are all labeled as well. So they do have labels on them for which, like, what each one is. It's like, how do you remember where stuff is around your house? Like, how do you remember what goes in what drawer? You just kind of remember, right? Sister. 1 second, I should answer this DM. I mean, Elemental, having a hard conversation about something like that is part of being... to me, being an adult in the workplace is having those difficult conversations. It's very, very difficult to do. It can be very... not tumultuous, but it can be a difficult road to learn how to have those difficult conversations in the workplace about, hey, I don't think I'm getting paid enough for the work I do. What you're dealing with there is broadly the same thing. It's you think that you're adding value to a community for which income is being generated, and you think that, you know, given your work, you think there should be a level of remuneration paid for that. That's a difficult conversation to have with a manager. It's a very difficult conversation to have with a manager. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't envy you having to have it. It's not one I would want to have in your shoes. But I wish you the best of luck with it. And ultimately, if they say no, or that they can't, what you need to do then is decide, okay, how much energy am I still willing to put in? How much energy can I put in where I'm not, you know, burning myself out and spending all my time doing it, but it is still a voluntary role. You know, it's still voluntary and unpaid. And that's again, another personal decision that's based around what is right for you. Hey, people move my stuff from which drawer I remember stuff being in. That's part of the issue, is like, I'll know, like, I'm sure many of you are the same way, because I think a lot of people with ADHD gravitate towards Twitch, gravitate towards gaming, gravitate towards the, you know, creative side of kind of endeavors like being streamers. I think it's part of, there's the part of the brain chemistry that the system actually doesn't work, and doing one of these kind of more niche roles or creative roles is actually quite interesting. So I think that you will find that there's a disproportionate number of people with ADHD on Twitch, but not everyone does. Remember that. You can't treat everyone with the same brush, no matter what it is. Some people are just, you know, just the way they are. There's no neurodivergence reason for it. They just, you know, nature or nurture has led them to be the way that they are. Do this, we'll clear these couple of these enemies out so that anyone who comes here later will be having a little bit of an easier time. But as a reminder, this is one of the 5 loot caves in our deep desert this week. So that's the first one in B7. We will then go up to Delta 9, so Bravo 7 to Delta 9, where we will gather the next one. Then we have Foxtrot 6, Delta 4, and Foxtrot 1. So we will fly northeast, not northwest. Well, the locations to the caves, I'll show you. So on our server, remember we didn't get a deep desert reset on official servers. We've got one here in Bravo 7. We've got one here in... So here in Delta 9, which is where we're currently headed for. We will then head towards Foxtrot 6. We've got one here right at the bottom. You've then got one right at the top of Delta 4. Up here. Right top of Delta 4. And then Foxtrot 1 all the way in the west. You've got one just here again at the edge near the ring mouth. Reset is tomorrow morning early on. So I think it's 8 AM my time. So 9 AM CET. Oh, wait, no, wrong. No, they're all Baron Spice Breakers. I don't know if anyone else still needs a guild invite. Luther joined the guild. Mwahaha. As a community manager, I've been working on engaging with users on the main post, replied to those with issues that have been reported for bug fixes, mentioned the correct post. It sounds, Elemental Beard, like you're doing a lot of work, unpaid, And ultimately, you know, that's where that conversation lies. It's, are you going to be remunerated for it? Is it fair to remunerate it for you? You know? Any tips on the Stravidium and Titanium island locations? I think there's one in Foxtrot 7, I think it was. And then Golf 6, is it, for Stravidium? I think also Foxtrot 1 might have this Titanium and Stravidium island as well. Psychologist said that you were mentally unstable, but you don't know if you trust him, as apparently you're the only one who can see him. Well, that would be fine, classic. Ultimately, it's very, if you're gonna hallucinate a person, it would be quite efficient to hallucinate a therapist. Just to say, grab his G8, Titanium as F6. There you go. Knew someone would help you out. G8 or 9 had Sab. I thought it was G6, but G8 sounds about right. It's the same kind of shape. Which might sound crazy to other people now I say that out loud. What do you mean you read based on shape? Annoyingly out of the way though. I mean, that's... We've got 5 loot caves this week. Like, I'm sure that I don't mind that much about the Stravidium and Titanium being too far away, especially when you can gather Stravidium and Titanium in the A-band. Like, remember, when you complain about the Titanium Stravidium Islands being so far out of the way, you also have to remember that you can get Titanium Stravidium very, very easily in the A-band. Like, come on. Someone built a base right inside of G8, blocking off some stuff. Now let's wait for a, Where? Not a problem, Jay. Happy to help. Glad that we as a community can support you with it. Good fun. People are back to doing that. Oh. The nice thing is that if you make a base in the deep desert outside and beyond the E-band midpoint, you can hunt those when the shields are down. And if I can get a location and I can be harvesting spice later, which is where I want to be doing, if there happens to be a sandstorm, I might really enjoy doing some base PvP. Base raiding is fun. Have they tuned the electric dungeon better? I think they've made a bunch of improvements that have made the dungeon a little bit better, a little more smooth. They've fixed some of the visibility bugs. They've fixed some of the stutters and performance issues. I've not run it. It's not one I'm interested in running. I run the fire one because it's kind of easy. And it's the one that gets pushed to you as the combat missions. So that's why I've done that one. The deep desert PvP area starts halfway through the E-band. Anything that's F, G, H, or I will always be PvP. What specializations am I focusing on? I've been focusing largely on exploration. I want to get up to 50 to get 5 more inventory slots, and then I'm going to go pretty much solely into combat. I may also dip into sabotage because the stagger damage is actually quite useful as a melee user. Right, so let's do this first. Let's grab a nice low scan of this area. Oh. Much nicer. Again, thanks. We'll be looking to send a message with the other things, guy. Have your main job that pays the bills, but even just coffee money wise. Well, exactly. And Elemental, there are services. I mean, Pally is one that I'm still a little bit on the fence around because there was some weird stuff going on with their finances and stuff. But like, there are services that will allow you as a moderator or community manager to basically receive tips from the community. That might be an option if there's not enough money to kind of go around from the current income from this content creator, which is obviously a thing, you know. Twitch and YouTube don't make as much money as people think they do, unless you're in like the top 100 or 200 on Twitch. You're not making a huge amount. Same thing on YouTube. It's difficult to make a large amount of money. You need a lot of videos to do well and stuff. Is it possible to put title is needed into the error? What error? Okay, so the feedback, Nellis, how do we make it work if they don't put a title in? I feel like there's an operator we can put into the command to make it work either with a title or without a title if they use it in the command. I think there's a, it's probably like one individual, it's probably like an exclamation point or something is needed. Or like, I don't know, an open brackets $sign or something. Apparently, Nellis, if you look at the error code that just happened, the only thing John did was not include a title and it didn't post it. The error above you in chat fed out when you didn't put a title on it. As far as I'm understanding what chat is saying, that's what's going on there. So it's not. That one is the API throwing a fit, so it's still clipping, it's just also throwing a fit. What I mean is, this needs to be fixed. I can't be having people getting errors in chat and just accepting it, Nellis, that's what I mean. I need to fix this. If it's having an error and it shouldn't be, that's a problem. If there's an error that's not giving enough information, that's a problem. And if people can't just do a clip with a blank exclamation point, just with a blank command, that's also a problem. One of these things is going on. Please, could you look at it? Not a matter of it's the API throwing a fit. I need a solution, not just to know what's going on, unfortunately. Because I can't edit that command while I'm live. Like I said, I don't mess around with StreamerBot while I'm live because I don't know what I'm doing. That's how we break the stream. It's probably not what all of you are looking for. I mean, it would be funny, but it would also be a little frustrating. It's not really, I mean, me ending the stream, I think, is the opposite of content, Balthazar. I feel like the stream getting turned off early is less content. Well, see, Elemental, I mean, that's the point. If you're officially doing community management for them, and they're aware you're doing this role and stuff, there shouldn't be any issue with you saying, hey, I'm adding value. Is there a way that I can receive the value back for what I'm putting in? That's your choice. Have a conversation. No, Scuff isn't. No, Balthazar, you're not understanding my point. If I end the stream and the stream is done for the day, that is the opposite of content because there is no more content because the stream is over. That's what I'm saying. If I end the stream, it's the opposite of content. Is the XP event over? It is indeed, Vito Corleone. Yes, the XP event finished at 8 AM today, the restart. Could be double content if you restarted it. If I've broken stream elements or streambot or whatever enough that it's restarted the stream, it's ended the stream, very likely I won't want to go live again because I'll have to fix it, then deal with all of the issues around all of it. I would probably just end for the day. I'll be real, like, depends on when it crashes and how it crashes, but like, How long do you, if I break something bad enough that the whole stream goes down, I don't know how long that will take to fix. Stream offline equals no content. And it means that if I have to fix it, it's going to take me even longer to get back to wanting to stream. So that's a bad idea. There's a reason why I don't edit StreamerBot live. Don't ask me to do it, because I will just get annoyed. If I've said I'm not going to do something, don't keep asking. Don't try and find reasons why I should do it if I've said, no, I'm not going to do something. That's not a way to work with me. It's like do it you won't. If someone says do it you won't and then just keeps doing it, it just becomes irritating. So you know, it's no different than if I just refuse to budge on a point in a conversation with someone. Yeah, I make this comment to Matt and stuff quite regularly. We don't test in prod. Like, I'm not going to test huge changes like that to StreamerBot, which can end the stream live. That's how things go wrong. That's not wise. There are so many devs who I know who are really happy to test in prod, and I just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't test in prod, chat. Don't test in prod. Don't do it. Don't test in prod. I'm not shutting this down yet, Sab, but we might still have stuff to loot. We might still have spice out here, you never know. I mean, we got some granite. And so discussion, we'll plan a match to take it from there. I would genuinely say, Elemental Beard, have a call rather than a message. See if you can have a conversation, because in the communication you're trying to have, voice chat will go a lot further, because they will be able to hear your tone and you'll be able to hear their tone, and you can modulate and moderate that conversation appropriately based on the tone of the conversation, rather than text, where, because this is it is a difficult conversation to have, I would not advise having it via text. Set up a call for it via, via text, sure, but like, because it's basically what you want to have a conversation. You basically want me to have a call around how you can keep adding value to the community in the way that you are, and also feel, feel part of it, feel welcomed, included, feel rewarded and supported. It's about all of that. It's about where you fit inside of their infrastructure and their process. It's a very important conversation for them as well, because I imagine that if you just stopped doing what you were doing, they would also have an issue. That's why prodding sounds like a real elementary poke in the... I mean, yes, it does, yeah. We don't test in prod, which means production, or, the production server. Why we have, like, PTRs for games. You test before you launch. You don't just test it in production live. No. It's not a fun experience for the end user. Same fun like pushing the update Friday afternoon before leaving into the weekend and makes lots of friends. For a long time, I know that Star Citizen used to do like kind of Christmas events where like they do something over Christmas. They drop like an update on like the 21st of November, and then everyone would log off, and like it was always carnage. It would always go wrong. Oh, 2 of you guys. That's gonna be real nice. Testing prod is bad, Friday release is bad, embrace staging, embrace read-only Friday, read-only Friday. I like that. They're ultimately, there should be like a level of, I don't know, it's decency more than anything. Don't, like, be nice to your developers. Don't try and push a huge update on a Friday so that they're gonna have to struggle and do stuff over their weekend. Like, if you're taking meetings, you're considerate of other people's timings. You don't book a meeting at the same time as someone else unless there's a conflict of importance in those meetings. Why wouldn't you have the same thing for operations which aren't meetings? For example, development releases. Don't do it on a Friday when people aren't going to be around over the weekend to help out. A really good example of this actually is about Ashes of Creation. So when Ashes of Creation crumbled, it was over a weekend, and on the Sunday everyone was calling out for Steam to do this, do that, make the game, refund everyone the game, blah blah blah. But there's nobody in Steam at that time who has the authority to make that kind of decision. So Steam had to wait for somebody to come in on the Monday to, you know, who actually had that decision-making ability to make that. That's why, like, companies don't run the same way at weekends. People need to recognize that because people have weekends. That's a whole thing. If a 5-minute rule, if it doesn't start for 5 minutes and it's rescheduled, that's fair. That's pretty efficient. Pretty efficient way of doing it. You don't be wasting time sitting around waiting for a meeting, like for someone in a meeting. It's just rude more than anything. If your meeting is more than 5 minutes overdue, either tell the people who are waiting for you, hey, well, you know, let's push the meeting, or end the meeting you're in, reschedule the rest of the conversations, and go for the meeting you're meant to be. Have I seen the last Caretaker Ocean update yet? I've not played it, no, Troytech. I'm waiting until there's more updates between me and my last gameplay. The way I like to do early access games is I will play them at an early access point, then I will wait a while so that they are fresh to me when I come back. Otherwise, I feel it's what I hate about wiping mechanics. Like, I really hate playing a game which wipes over and over and over again, having to do the same thing over and over and over again. It just, I hate it. I really hate it. 40 people playing, according to SteamDB. That might be the devs. That might be bots. It might just be a false report. It could just be bugged clients providing some kind of information. Bad news generally gets announced on Friday evenings. Again, it's because it's meant to, you know, basically it's gives them time over the weekend to process it, so it doesn't throw off, so they can suffer on their off hours rather than on their work hours. I don't know, like, waiting until a Friday afternoon to announce bad news is just a shit way of treating your staff. Have a conversation with them as soon as you have the bad news. Where is the heavy gunner that's meant to be in this cave? There he is. Take that. You meant like governmental news? There's actually a different reason for that, Red. That's actually rather funnily, it's to do with the markets. The reason that political news, governmental news, and business news often gets pushed out on a Friday afternoon is because the markets are closed over the weekend, and it prevents a huge amount of stock market uncertainty over the weekend and spiking something called the volatility index. You know, that's why you wouldn't do that during the week, because that'll hamper your company. You do it during the weekend when the market is closed, people can't trade. And then you've got a bit of time that's artificially created in the market, so they kind of forget about the news by the end of the weekend. And generally, people will not take the impact so heavily. Same thing you'll see with results from companies. When they do their end of year results, their financials, they'll do them outside of market hours to have less of an impact overseas, etc. Hello, Freya, how are you doing? Good to see you. Sabu or Spook, do either of you want to collect some spice? Spice for Sabu? Spice for Spook? Spice for Luther? Spice for someone? I know Luther's in the game. If Luther wants a spice, I'm more than up for it. Luther wants some spice? You wouldn't need to give bad news if you treat your employees with respect. I disagree. You will always need to give employees bad news. If the business is not doing well, you need to let staff go so that you can save some staff. If you have to choose between, if you've got 100 staff and you've got to lay off 50 or lay off 100, you want to lay off 50, right? So I disagree that if you need to give your staff bad news, you haven't treated them with respect. Sometimes that's not the case. That's not always true. Sometimes you can treat yourself with all the respect in the world and you still have to give them bad news. That's the problem. Sometimes you can do everything right and still lose. That's a whole thing. You weren't going to work an hour, you'd love to go spicing. There's always next time, but there'll always be more spice and more need for spice. Don't you worry. Sabu is apparently on their way. Oh, and the ads are also apparently on their way. What a good timing. By the time that the ads are done, Sabu should be ready. You still sleep, but now I'm awake. If it's okay, you'll join the spicing. You can join the spicing, Freya. You are very welcome. But you'll probably need a second spice carrier unless you want to be on Overwatch. You may need to find a spice pilot. Oh, excuse me. Did you just get auto-modded? Hilarious. There we go. Unfortunately, you have to have certain levels of auto-mod to be featured on Steam pages, on the front page of Twitch, or on any of the like channel pages. Is there spice from the non-PvP area? Yeah, there's loads. You can find lots of the medium and the small spice blows, but the big ring mouths, the grandfather worms that look like this, for example, in F1, those are only in the PvP area, because that's endgame stuff, you know. You're meant to defend yourself. There are plenty of medium spice blows out in this area, the PvE zone. Let me have a look, see if I can see any. Time away. Quarter past. Let's see, there was a spice blow somewhere around here a few times. It may have been harvested or cleaned up. But there you go. There's a small spice blow there, I think. Here you go. Small spice blow there. That's one of the small ones. That's the same size as you can find in Haga Basin. That will get you about 600 spice sand, I think, in total. The medium spice blows, there's 40 of them in the deep desert, I believe, and those have thousands and thousands of spice in them, the medium spice blows. The ring mouths are, obviously the ring mouths have a lot of spice. If you collect them with a compactor, you won't get as much spice out of them. They are designed for ring mouths, and you will also likely get PvP'd off. So the ads are here. I will be right back. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Great to see you. Hello, Divine Fox. We are doing great. Thank you, buddy. How are you doing? Do we know where the active ring mouth is? Maybe. Maybe, Freya. We might know where the active ring mouth is. What's it to you? Hmm? Freya's being sus, chat. Freya's looking for inside information on the location of the spice. That's full. Put this here. Use that. I definitely got my Thopter. No. We are already in VC. I'm actually in VC with Sabu. Yes, indeed. Yeah. During the ads. I was very, very smart. Very smart. Big brain. Oh, really? I was answering DMs and thought, oh, maybe I should just say Sabu's in Discord. And Sabu was, and I was like, aha, nice. Where are my thrusters? Thrust. Okay. Make sure my... Okay, that's loaded. That's loaded. Which channel and which Discord? I'm in the stream channel in my Discord, where I normally hang out. Where we spent... Actually, I really enjoyed Sunday, because there were like... I think there was like 15 of us just sitting in Discord on Sunday, which was really nice. Was it Sunday or was that Saturday? Saturday. I've lost track. It was What do you mean it was yesterday? Sabu was just directly messing with my brain, telling me that yesterday was Saturday. Sunday I actually streamed. Yesterday was Sunday that I keep thinking was Monday, and now Sabu's telling me that yesterday was Saturday. My brain thinks it's Tuesday, so that doesn't help. You have to be careful doing that, because I could cause a breach in the time-space continuum by doing that. You know, I've got to maintain the coherency of the time zones. We're on Monday now, yeah. How are we doing? Oh, nice. I forgot that I left myself a nice pattern of fuel cells. Okie dokie. But uses the Dutch calendar. Is that the one with all of the days of the week ended in an I for some reason? Or was it the months of the year ended in an I? I can't remember. Wait, the days end in a G, but the months end in a what? In an I. Okay, just to be clear, because Monday and January end in the same letter in English, because that's sensible. So you're saying that you have Mundag and January. Okay. Yeah. Nice. You were gonna drag Freya in, but they disconnected. Amazing. Amazing. That's what we like to see, honestly. That kind of evasion of the mods is excellent. Excellent work. Good job. You don't need to join an open one. Join the waiting room and you'll get dragged in, bro. That's how that works. Don't worry. Hello. If it helps you, Freya, no one else, including Discord, knows what they're doing when it comes to Discord either, because I know how things are coded on the back end, and oh my god, it's a shit fire. So you're fine, don't worry about it. You're here now, that's what matters. They are, yes, Balthazar, thank you very much for the help. Good morning, Twinned Assassin. How are you? I should do this. If I go to Stream Deck rather than camera, that could be that one. Pedal. Not what I wanted to do. If I do this, they can't hear me in Discord, and when I do this again, they can. Perfect. Catch you later, was it? Have some lovely family time. I hope you have a great day, buddy. See you soon. Hello, Puny Dragon. How are you? Back to work. Would rather be in dungeons, getting that high-level loot. I feel that, but, you know, there's always time, and especially over the weekend, we've had double XP, you know. It's gonna feel... It'll feel weird, almost, you know, doing a harvesting today, I think, of doing those dungeons, because you'll be getting half the loot that you were getting at the weekend, which felt great. I loved that. I really enjoyed the event. I think it was a good thing to do. I think they should do more of those kind of things in future. I think that's a neat thing to do to, you know, reward and pay back the community. I definitely had the cave pinged and not the spice field. Quiet uppies, it might be. Mayhaps quiet uppies. Okay, Sabu, I'm going to lower you down now. Yes. Perfect, yeah. With my teleprompter right at the camera, I was having a look of what the fuck is going on over there when you read chat. Oh yeah. I mean, that's true. I think that's how every streamer should be about their chat. Like, a healthy measure of suspicion at all times with chat, I think is only helpful. Because I'm going to be honest with you, you're all great, and I love you all endlessly, but I also wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. Am I wrong? How much spice does the crawler hold? This crawler has the Regis spice container, which means that it has 11,250 volume and can carry 75,000 spice sand, which can refine out to be 14,000 and half a load left over melange. So, sorry, 1,400 melange. So basically, it's 1,500 melange per full cargo container on the sandcrawler. With my back, I'm not throwing anyone. Excuse me, I come from a country with a long history of creating excellent medieval siege warfare that can throw a 300-kilogram rock over 300 yards. I don't think I'm going to be doing any of the throwing. The trebuchet arm will do the throwing. And if you think I wouldn't trebuchet a chat member, you're damn wrong. There are probably people in chat who would volunteer to be thrown from a trebuchet for the fun of it. Yeah, not the people with the fucked up spines, but other people who probably have spines to spare, or people who think that having a bad back is cool. Right, this step up from my hand compactor and scout ornithopter. Yes, it definitely will be. I mean, this requires 2 people though, so you know if you needed. And it's not even just the 2 people. Realistically, this is 2 people and oversight and scouting and a good culture. Like, this isn't viable for everyone. I still think that solo harvesting is really viable and can be done really well with just an assault and with a compactor. That's how we got started in this. You know, at launch, we did most of my harvesting. That was done using a compactor. You're gonna throw you, John? Okay. Slightly concerned that John's gonna throw himself, but. Good job, Cyber. It's a nice clean field there in the middle. Wig Diddley has volunteered to be thrown via a trebuchet. Our lives are complete. I wonder if I should put on the subathon goal that I'll go skydiving, because I would do that. I need to work out how much it costs, of course, but like I would skydive as a subathon goal. I should take G skydiving. That wasn't wait. That one wasn't a threat. It wasn't even above the ground. It didn't even do the raise up. But yeah, we were up fine. You got wiggles. Oh. So the Twitch API now removes one of the vital things needed for the spooder. So what I've asked Nellis to do is to create a paste bin for the spooder. Although I probably should have given Nellis my paste bin for it. Would have been fine. One second, let me just import this. Import, yes. Overwrite those 2. I know that you will disable that, so enable that again. Okay, Nellis, that is implemented. And then let me go over to Twitch quickly. Do this. 1 second. There we go. That's a good clip test done there. Thank you, Nellis. That's working. Okie dokie. Let's pick you up and put you back down. That looks like it's working, Nellis. Do we need or want a second carrier crawler combo out on that ring mouth? You can provide with the carrier and the crawler, but you need a pilot. We have a second carrier and crawler on the way. So, Spook, if you want to come and provide Overwatch, you're more than welcome. But we have got a second carrier and crawler on the way. Clip is created, but no post. Do you want it created? Do you want it posted, Nellis, or was it meant to post? Because I just literally implemented what you did as was. It should have posted it. Okay. You want to try again? Because I didn't. I literally just dragged your thing as normal. It might be a command issue. Fine. Not a problem at all. Let me know when you've got a result. This is what we're doing. We're just making some improvements for the stream. No? Can't believe Nellis broke the clips command chat. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Random question. Will the third carry-all and a cargo container make this a little faster? Shuri Kaiser, theoretically, yes. But actually, no. Theoretically, yes, yes, that would mean that you don't actually need to go back and empty the sandcrawler every time. You could have somebody shipping. But transferring the spice from the sandcrawler to that shipping container is very difficult without central storage. Because you can't transfer from vehicle inventory to vehicle inventory yet. When they have made it so that you can do that, which is one of the things on the would be nice pile at the moment, that will be far more viable. Actually, would be a great way of doing it. Yeah. My bones, or if you're Zapharoth, my boned. How do you know things need improvement if it doesn't break in the first place? I mean, sometimes you just know when it needs improvement. It'll let you know. Like if you step on a bridge and it makes a hideous metal shrieking and creaking noise, it doesn't need to fail for you to know that actually maybe you don't want to step on that. Those are called indications. But apart from that, yeah, sometimes things breaking is the best way of improving things for the long run. How are you doing, Philiap? Phil, do you prefer just being called Phil or Philiap, the full name? What do you prefer? Sabu prefers Saboomerang, but I shorten it because I can. Yeah, like Sabo Round, yeah. Yeah. S-A-B-O-T, yeah. That's how you know the passenger lift at work needs... if I stepped onto a passenger lifter in like a building and it made like kind of the sound of tearing metal and shrieking, I would be like, I'm probably gonna take the stairs. The Boobaroo sounds like some kind of 1980s dance. I don't know why. Everybody do the Boobaroo. You know, it just kind of makes sense. As long as I hear some variation of Phil, I usually perk up and respond. Okay. No preference? Fine. Okay, that's dangerous. No preference means I can play around with it. It was, yeah, uppies happened as the spice explosion went off. Rod, am I a Warhammer fan? I might know a thing or two about Warhammer. 1 or 2 bits about Warhammer. If I do that, then this. Really angle that there. If I do this. Do we think that I'm a Warhammer fan? Nah. I mean, Spook, if you want to bring out a 3rd carrier and find yourself another pilot, you are more than able to. How are we going? We were going this way around, weren't we? Need to see the size of the army to confirm. Well, I think the size of the army depends on which for. I mean, my painted like core, my Space Marines that I'm really happy with is about 1,500 to 2,000 points last time I played. My total army size is probably Chaos. Maybe I could bring around the same. Yes, I've got more big creatures. Most of my Space Marines are elite infantry. I don't have that many assembled vehicles for the Space Marines. Whereas I've got I've got a Ballistus Dreadnought, I've got a Redemptor Dreadnought, so I've got a few Space Marine like heavy-ish vehicles, but I've got Defiler, Archlord Discordant, I've got Hellbrutes, I've got a couple of Rhinos, I think I've got a few more larger units made on the Chaos side. Yeah, anyone here who wants to be a driver for the crawler? As I provide both the carrier and crawler, I'll be the pilot of the pair. The driver for the crawler is given 1/3. So basically, you're looking for a crawler for 1/3 of the spice yield that's harvested. That's a fair deal. You just need to find if anyone in chat's going to take it, Spook. If they are, then, you know. Oops. Not wander off. So I bet what Nellis is struggling with is that Nellis probably didn't change anything, and yet for some reason it's now just not working, and he's just sitting there screaming at his computer being like, Twitch, why are you the way that you are? This song, it hit me so hard the first time I heard it. Quite a lot of this film hits incredibly hard the first time you hear it. Sorry, Seb, I was trying something out. I was seeing if I could fuel while my C key was down. But if I release for any reason, then it doesn't work. Yeah. Hello, Small Mite. It is always lovely to see you, buddy. The Twitch API, having fun with that the weekend. Turns out some of the features I've added to some stuff for Greg requires affiliate or partner. I can't test it fully end to end. Didn't realize channel points for affiliate or higher perk. Ah, okay. So Sindri, you've been running into that. Which have made some API changes recently, I think, which haven't been the most helpful. I was talking to somebody who does a lot of Twitch API work a little while back, and apparently Twitch is a real master of just making undocumented changes to their API, which is great. Oh, Wig, I hope that you don't get a fever, but it's just your body fighting off the inoculation, so I hope it clears through quickly. Your body thinks that the dead vaccine, that the dead virus is actually real virus and is forming up to fight it. It's a good sign, though, that your body at least has an immune response to whatever it was that you've been vaccinated against, which is, you know, what you want it to do. That makes sense, right? Oh yeah, we love undocumented changes. I get very angry about undocumented changes in games. I think it's wrong. Monday's going really well so far, thank you, Small Mike. Yeah, we were helping someone out with their stream earlier, and then we're just having kind of a chill day. I'm gonna do some spicing in Dune. I'll probably nip on to do a little bit of Arc Raiders later if people want to tune in for that. You know, I'll just do a couple of runs, kind of chill solos for that. Just about kind of having a relaxing Monday. It won't be a hugely long day, I don't think, is my plan. I think that it's going to be a reasonably normal, kind of quiet, low-key day. I don't think we need to fuss too much or, you know, get too het up about anything. It's a nice, calm Monday. Because who has the energy to get all het up on a Monday? Like, I'm going to keep repeating it's Monday so that it sinks into my brain and I can forget that it's, you know, that I thought it was Tuesday for a while. It's not Saturday, you fuck. Sorry. Sorry, chat. That was just me shouting at Sabu. The thing is, chat, that Sabu forgets that, I'm the one that picks Sabu up. I was willing to sacrifice this crawler for Thor, and it'd be more fun if it's to teach Sabu a lesson as well, I guess. I wonder if there was a way that you could pick it up and like shake it around by pressing C and then letting it go and not. Sabu needs stress. He was on vacation on a weekend. You're right. You know what? You're right, Balth. Yes. Sabu does indeed need some extra stress. He was at a spa at the weekend relaxing. How dare he relax without our permission? I think we need to make sure we reinstall that stress real early on. You don't even sacrifice the crawler anymore. You just lose 15% durability. You know what, Sindri? You're damn right. It's even more worth dropping Sabu into the worm. If it wasn't for all the delicious spice that we would lose, I'd feel worse, but hey. Where? Red Falcon. Ramen to cross Cronus and Dune. I'm positively okay at Dune. I'm just positively okay. You can cross me and Dune, it's not a problem. Relaxation? Illegal, I know, right? The inventory of the crawler gets dumped onto a bag on the ground, so we could still pick the spice up. Oh my gosh, even better. Why am I keeping Sabu alive again? We could just pick the spice up after he's gone. It's 15% durability, I guess, on my crawler. You know, it just kind of sucks, but to help Sabu. I feel Sabu wouldn't trust me again with sand crawling, and I like having, you know, Sabu here for my spice rumbiting. So I guess I'll let Sabu live for now, as long as he recognizes that it is in fact Monday and not, you know, Saturday. Mundag. Near my shoulder, under my arm, left arm. My other left arm, my right arm, yes. That's not really near my shoulder, that's more near my elbow, but yes. Hello, Weasel, how are you? Good to see you. Other arm, this arm. Okay, no, nothing on this arm. Nothing on this arm. Yeah, says GG. It's short for good game. When I was younger, I did rugby until I was about 14, and then after that, I switched to chess. I had a back problem causing my leg to be an issue. So grandfather, what? Hear him chat. If I pause this, you'll hear the clicks. That looks better than it used to. Yeah, Xanatos, they've made a bunch of improvements to a lot of the animations in the game. Grandfather one is one of them. Everything's a bit smoother. Everything looks a lot better. And again, we're still only playing on medium quality, you know, so we're still not playing on the best quality of the game just because it won't run it and encode the stream stably all the time anyway. So like that, it's looking a lot better. It mounds up sound that it's more. Those clicks are territorial, by my understanding. That's what those are. So it's basically territorial signing to other worms. And it's basically a territorial threat display. Getting the spice with before the grandfather arrives, isn't a high priority fix? I think so too. I think that's one of the things they will fix, Sindri. Yeah. Sorry, what was that question? Fro? They do fall slowly if they've just been deployed out of like a out of a vehicle tool. Yeah, they basically drop slowly. It's kind of irritating. Yes. You're having a tea called English breakfast, so they just call that tea in the UK. Most of the time, yes. When you're asking for a cup of tea, the predominant form of tea will be English breakfast tea. But it's not the only type of tea. Has anyone tried to attack the daddy worm? Missiles and such, he doesn't do anything. The worm is... We are not of a scale that we could do any damage to the worms. It's not... We are insignificant to them in many ways, other than irritation. You know how when you walk over, you know, like an average meadow ant nest, you know, a few thousand ants might come out, but like at worst they're gonna do is kind of climb you and crawl over you, and you can just brush them off, right? That's pretty much how the worm would see humans. You encountered that issue in Worcestershire. Yeah. British ants are not particularly hardcore. We don't have, you know, like army ants, cutter ants, some of the real, like, aggressive and powerful ant species that you get in the world, which can do incredible things. Our ants are very tame. I think our worst ants that we get here are typically red ants, which are just, like, kind of biting or stinging ants. They're not a huge deal. Tea with no milk doesn't hit the spot. So tea without milk hits the spot. Name for bullet ants given because it hurts like taking a bullet. I'm not. It's not one I would want to experience. Some of the more violent, creepy crawlies in the world are very, very powerful.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oriolis starts in 6 hours. Well, build-up starts in 6 hours. The wipe is then, like, 12 hours after that. Chai means tea, tea means tea, so chai tea means tea tea. Exactly. Deception. Tea within tea. Plans within plans. Right. Empty this out. Time for you. Maker's blessings upon you. Maker's blessing upon you too, Xanatos. I hope that you sleep well. Have a good night. The click command works on your stream. If you send it to me and it does not work, can you blame chat? You could probably blame the importing process inside of StreamerBot, Nellis. Check that. That's what the point of failure will be. Importing inside StreamerBot does something. I've enabled the command, but it's likely that something there is broken. So check what's going wrong. Try and work out what the problem is. Don't just blame chat. Because clearly something's going wrong during the importing process. If it works for you and doesn't work for me. The ads are about to start, chat. Grab yourself some water. I will be right back. I'm gonna go do my practice, and not my practice, my sorry, I'm having a stronk. My exercises. You guys should do your stretches, get some water, get some food, look after yourself, and I will be right back. Let me fix the cat cam as well for when B comes back. Whoop. Be right back. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. Hope you are doing well. Hope you got up, hope you stretched your legs, hope you grabbed yourself a drink. Another test for Nellis. No, let's try that again. It wasn't enabled for some reason. Let me check the command again. Yeah, the command wasn't enabled. Try again, Nellis. What's the date on? Well, no, that worked as intended. Yeah, sounds good. Yep. That immediately failed though, so that's interesting. I didn't see a delay in that. Ooh. Luther, are you... Oh, wait. Luther, are you still away? If you're doing a log out and log back in the deep desert, it takes you 5 minutes, just so you know. 5-minute timer, otherwise you say logged off in the world. This is awful. What's the issue you're currently facing, that you can't see the spice disappearing behind you once you harvest it? You'll have to, so that will eventually update itself, but basically just have to go by your brain. It can be a bit of a challenge. It's a variable amount of time that it will update itself. That's the problem. So, once the ringmouth has been in the same place twice, it has, the reason you have to leave the area and go back to it is because that's some kind of visual error where it won't update on your system's end. So like, that's why you can't see the spice blow forming. That animation immediately starts, but if you were in the region when it started, for some reason it doesn't update. It's one of the low priority visual bugs that I've reported to them a few times. Really? Oh shit. That's...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Be very careful. You should be flying away from the sandstorm at full speed right now, because if you try going forward into it, you're going to go hit the edge of the map and you won't be able to fly through it. You'll be stuck in the sandstorm. Sab, are you getting in? Yep. Okay, chat, we're faced with a bit of an interesting moment here. Hey, there you go, that seemed to work. Wouldn't hurt when John o'clock did it. Nice. Okay, so what we've got here is the sandstorm has spawned directly into this. We've got a visual bug on the field with the inability of the other carrier to see what's actually updated in terms of spice that has been harvested versus hasn't been harvested. We've also got the issue that the sandstorm is coming head on, but we're actually in the Foxtrot 1 square, so there's not actually a huge amount that we can do in terms of flying straight through it, because the sandstorm is normally half a cell wide. If we were trying to jet through that, we'd hit the wall and we'd actually spend more time in the sandstorm than we want. So, as some of you know, the best way... Okay, I'll say this so that you can hear as well if you're in the carrier. But best option here is to hit somewhere around 740 to 745, and then
Sector weather alert. A large
allow the sandstorm
sandstorm
basically to hit you and just jet through the thinnest point. If you go through the kind of the correct kind of angle, you can basically get the minimal amount of storm exposure. Don't exceed 750. Yeah. The problem is... What's this point? Yep, indeed. As soon as we hit the sandstorm, as soon as we start getting the visual effect of it, that's when we hit the thruster and punch through it full pelt. So any second now we'll be hitting it. And there we go. Full pelt on speed. As you can see, that's bringing our speed up to 185 in this one. We've also got a few buffs for reduction of damage from sandstorms. Remember that we are reasonably higher level inside of the exploration tree, so hopefully that will help us as well. One of the advantages of speccing into exploration, if you are a carrier pilot, is that you can do this. If you get hit by a lightning bolt, it can do a large amount of damage to one of your wings. That is the only downside. You'll probably lose about 12 to 15% durability most of the time doing this through a sandstorm. Okay, we're at 140 temp and clear. Clear at 143. Okay, Sabu, I am... Oh, I think Luther's here now, so I'm going to approach the spice field. Awesome. One second, let me just do this. We're fine for that. We're fine for that. You may have found that the sandstorms actually refreshed it, which is funny. The longest it's ever taken for us to update visually was a whole spice run. You had to like leave and enter the whole cell again. That's the worst it can be. I've only seen that at launch. I've not seen that for a very, very long time. Yeah, exactly, no problem. Yep, once I'm just responding to a message from Mr. Greggles, so bear with me. Do you want to get on to the carrier from where you are? You're about to do that? You basically hover directly over the center part, go into hover, pick up your glider, yeah, on the way down, and then I'll Do that. Perfect. Good job. Okay, apparently it wants the carrier to go up rather than the sand crawler to go down, but fine. No. Everyone's sorry about that for a second. Come on, game. Weird. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I'm on my way. Wait a second. You need to be, your carrier pilot needs to be hovering directly over you the whole time. They should not be hanging back like that. Okay. It wasn't aggressive though, so yeah. There we go. It's still very active. Still very active. A very angry caterpillar. Well, I'll keep responding to my DMs then. Damn. If anyone in chat knows how to remove English US as an option from keyboards, please tell me, because I disable it every single time. It's the only option I have set in Windows is goddamn English UK. Keeps switching itself when I press the wrong keyboard command. Hello, Dead Dingo. How are you doing, buddy? Welcome on in. Okay, let's get back to the spicing. I will only DM while the sandcrawler is in the air, I promise. I am indeed Dead Dingo. Yeah, I'm having a great Monday, thank you. Yeah, we had a little stream yesterday, so I keep thinking that it's Tuesday because I've actually had a schedule for a little while now. Well, I wouldn't ask how you can remove English US in general. It's just on my keyboard settings, the only language I have enabled is English UK, and yet every single time, for some reason, it just keeps on switching back into English US, and I just don't know why. It's so frustrating because I keep on trying to do quotation marks, and it gives me a damn @ symbol, and it seems small, but every single time it throws me off my flow of a sentence. Why is the @ symbol under? Why is that Shift 2? Yeah, it seems to be Windows spacebar or Alt Shift or something. I must be pressing a keybind or something, but I don't know why it keeps on switching. I've never used English US from this computer at all, but it's one of the default ones that you switch between. So I'm wondering if there's some kind of like Windows fix or, you know, Windows edit, like a registry edit that I can make to remove it entirely from the machine as an option when I press that hotkey. What is difference? You always have English UK. English US replaces the 2 key with the @ so rather than it being not apostrophes, quotation marks, it gives it an at key and it switches those two over, and a couple of other small locational changes. I don't. Yeah, that playing Dune, something you use in game is a hotkey for language. You can disable the hotkey somewhere. I'll look in the next break because it's really pissing me off. Keeping my promise, I'm not sending any DMs while I'm spicing. I just happen to be reading other notifications and catching up on other things. I'm gonna assume yes. Jeez. Oh, I thought I heard worm sound. Worm sound. Right there. My wormy spidey senses sometimes tingle early. This will be the part that as soon as you hit the ground, the worm hits. That's what it'll be. Oh, I'm muted on Discord, that's why I didn't hear me. Left shift alt, left alt and shift will go to my US and UK. See, that's my point. I just want to disable the US keyboard layout. I don't use it. Why is it even an option? Hello, did not play Dune in a while. Can you catch me on server merger? So there are no server mergers, but server transfers are currently in the game. This means that you can transfer to another server if you so want to. Those are in the Dune patch notes for 1.2.4, I believe. If you want to look at the deals on character transfers, mergers are different. Mergers are going to require them to be able to do server closures, etc. too, which is a down the line thing. There's a post on their news about that around update 1.3.10. The Discord stream chat, thank you. Let me look at stream chat quickly. Is that the guidance on it? Have a look. Stream chat, here we go. Okay, let's do this. Thank you, LCF Ball Guide. Let's have a look. So we want to go for... Advanced keyboard settings. Interestingly, you have more settings than I do in this area, but okay, I just need to press on a different thing. I need to change the key sequence, that's fine. Input languages versus layout. So Control Shift is switch keyboard layout, not assigned. God damn, that's why. Control and Shift. What? Why would you have that as the option? It's a Windows problem. That's what it is. So if I now press Control and Shift at the same time, yes, it no longer switches. Yes. Maha. Thank you, LCF. You are a legend. All of you rock. Thank you. LCF, Salia, thank you both very much. Team effort. Thank you very much, Salia and LCF, and maybe Nellis as well. Thank you all, though. Thank you all for helping chat. I can now not have to deal with losing my quotation marks ever again. One moment as well. Let's do this. What was that, Luther? I completely agree. UK keyboard layout is, you know, I mean, we did invent English, so I guess it does kind of make sense. In the same way that we invented curry and invented lots of things. Yeah, made, you know, it just kind of showed up and we were like, we'll take credit for this. I made this. Yeah, we made that. Yeah, English fell off the back of a lorry. Yeah. Anyone know where the deep desert testing stations are? Found D2, but you can't find the other one? You give me a second. Luther will probably be upset if I do this, but... yeah. There's supposed to be one in D7. Yeah, someone will remember we've got a different map to everyone this week. We're not on the official servers and the official servers didn't reset their deep desert layout this week because of the extra downtime they had on the Monday. Oh, I don't know what auto mod caught. Someone will have to let it through. Windows US is the default option as you install Windows using specific layout. Especially because Control Shift Escape is a very important command. H2 bottom left and F9. They're asking Vasir for the PvE ones, not the PvP area ones. Otherwise, yeah, those ones would be. Wig Diddley, what were you doing in the vents? What have you been doing? What have you been doing in the vents, Wig Diddley? There's only D2 PvE? Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Salamander, if you're happy running the PvE Deep Desert ones, why would you not run the Overland map ones out of interest? May I ask? Like difficulty 1, why wouldn't you do, say, like Misano the Burned? Is there something that you're short of? Is there something that you need specifically from those testing stations? You're looking for the bigger buggy. You can still get those, as far as I understand it, from the testing stations. As far as I understand it, every single loot is available. Like, every single, like, of the tier 6 unique schematics is available in those. Sky Halud. Or maybe not. Maybe. No, okay, we're okay. If that was a higher hill, we could have had a real problem there. You might get 10 ancient ways in the process. Yeah, there is that too. Athos, have you reported that as a bug to the devs? You don't remember? If you're having that bug and it's changed in the game is the one doing it. Mine I know is Windows settings changing it, so mine is definitely disabling that in like with the guidance that people just gave me in Discord. That's helped a lot. That's what it is. It's a Windows problem for me. It's nothing else. You disable the Windows setting and it still happens. See, that's where it gets interesting. At that point, Did you change the input language, or did you change the keyboard layout, or did it change both of them? Also, Wig, I'm glad that you've stopped sneezing now you've come back from Thor's channel. Good job. Wig Diddley has the plague. Confirmed. Yes, Luther, I have. Doesn't really make a difference because our points are split between totally normal and between BB, then it's largely irrelevant. There's also, I think, only like 5 or 6 of us active in the guild. Actually, that reminds me, next time I pick you up, I need to make you an officer so you can keep adding people. I want to get as many people as possible into the guild for the Harco side. I think it'll be good for us to do. You can join Bailey's bodyguards. Yeah, BB. Yeah. Mostly because I can go around and be like, what's up, BB? I make myself laugh. That's the important thing. Yeah, fine. You can sigh at me in Discord if you want. Fine. Wait, you mean people know that I'm English without me telling them? Oh. How could you tell? I thought I was so subtle with it. Is the guild recruiting? I mean, if you're in Dune on our servers and you're playing and you're a Harkonnen, you're more than welcome to join Bailey's bodyguards. Yeah, the thing. You thought I was Danish, fool? I'm not a pastry. The real problem with being English is that there's 75 million people in England, and like the population of America is 350 million, but the UK is smaller than like Texas. That's the problem with England. It's the population density. Yeah. That's why we're so superior, though. We know that we're more civilized per square inch than any other area in the world. That's what it must be, right? You thought I was American faking an accent? Amazing. The reverse of house. We invented this language, thank you. I'm pretty sure I can make up its meanings to fit my arguments when I want, thank you. Exactly, yeah. Even if I shouldn't, I still will. Okay, do this. I have no idea. Do you want me to invite you now, bro? Do you want me to invite you to the guild now? I'll make you an officer so you can add in your partner. Your other person who's in your guild. And there was two of you, didn't you? Well, you're already in a guild, so you'll need to leave your guild first, but I will happily invite you. You are more than welcome. Wait. Do this. L players. Invite to guild. Done. You've been invited. Consider yourself invited. So when it updates, I can make you an officer. Is it updating? Let me. It's probably maybe under party invites under P. Maybe under G. Like directly in guild. Actually, no, it's not under. It's O for guild, not P. Not G, sorry. We try again. Guild invite sent. Okay, just need to be sent twice. That's fine. It was probably just a little. It probably just needed to update after you had left it. Okay, guilds. There you go. Promote. Done. I did check before just immediately lowering Luther. I just want to be clear, everyone. Not Harkonnen, you just started. Well, Ennis, when you are ready to join Harkonnen, you are welcome. You'd be more than welcome. Thanks to me, I'm very grateful. I'm glad that, you know, I could show the game off in a way that made you want to play. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. I've been rewatching Black Sails, which is just a great pirate drama, and the main theme has a hurdy-gurdy. So like, yes. Black Sails is brilliant. I mean, I managed to get my my girlfriend to watch like one episode. I think it was like Thursday or Friday last week, and we finished season 1 last night. So it's been positively received. I think, to be honest, she just likes she likes all the people, like all the bloody ways people die in that show. So I think she's just real down for like watching some of the real grisly. I haven't even told her about one of the most brutal deaths in cinema. I think is inside of Black Sails. It is probably my least favorite way to die. Keel hauling is not keel hauling is possibly one of the worst ways to go. For those of you who don't know what keel hauling is, that was basically a practice where not just pirates but also naval vessels would tie a rope to you on one arm, for example, on one end of your arms, and then another side to your legs, and then they would pull you underneath the ship against the hull until you were pulled over the far side, so down, under, and up. Now, the problem is that when a ship's been at sea for a long period of time, it builds up a huge number of barnacles and kind of crustaceans on the bottom, and those are basically sandpaper. And so it was fairly common for people to be passed under the ship 2, maybe even 3 times until they were nothing left but basically mulch. So keel hauling, I think, one of the worst ways to die, because normally you survive the first one and be crippled, they might let you live and just chuck you out into sea to drift off and die. But you were normally sent under for a second one. Or a third. A really nasty way to die, to be honest. I think it's, yeah. I would rather drown. Because I've spent time down by the sea when I was young. I spent a lot of time climbing over rocks. I know how rough rocks and barnacles can be that grow on the rocks, and they're above the water half of the time if you're on the tide lines. If it's underwater full time, you get basically like coral buildup almost of barnacles. It's the whole thing. It's a sheet of it. They used to take ships out of the sea and basically like kind of put them on one side on land to clear the keel to make them faster, because you lose a significant amount of speed and then you have to retar the hull. Yeah, so keel hauling, one of the worst ways I think to die, and that is shown in one of the later seasons of Black Sails. And to me, that scene is just, oh, yeah. But it does also show you a little bit of how brutal life at sea like that could be. You know how important, pirates took discipline, and the Navy treated, it's the kind of thing that would be done to traitors or people who fell asleep on watch or who allowed a fire to spread on board without due care and attention. Like life or death situations, things that would endanger many members of the crew or, the entirety of the ship. But like, it's one of the most brutal punishments I think that I've seen before. I have, yes. Okay, give me 1 second. She just had a quick DM. Give me 1 second. Oh, the ads are here, chat. We will be right back after those ads. Look after yourself. Grab yourself a drink. I will be right back. I'm just going to go and stretch my legs for a second, do my next round of exercise. So I'll be back in about a minute and a half, Lufair, and then we can continue spicing. Sorry about that, chat. I am back. Apologies that I was gone longer than expected. I was asked a very weird question by Spare Human that I had to go and have a think about. We've just found something that belongs to the previous owners of the house that I think might be have some sentimental value. It seems to be like a 50-year service award presented to what I assume is the father of the person who originally owned the house. So I'm gonna reach out to the old owners and find out if they want me to send it to them, even though it's a couple of countries away now. I think they moved. I mean, it's a 50-year. I'm not going to reveal their name for obvious reasons, but it's 50 years of service to what seems to be I mean, it's a very it's a heavy metal seal. It's a big coin. It's a good disc. I don't know what it's made of. I don't really want to know what it's made of. But if it has sentimental value to them, I think it's worth reaching out to them and me providing it if at least to give them the option. But the other challenge was, of course, when I went into the living room to receive the question, I also had to pay tribute to the soft cat who was sitting in my chair. Yeah, the cat tax, yeah, to go and pet his soft head. You know, check up on how he's doing, because he's such a bubba. Range. There's no transiting worm. It could be that one is being spawned by you guys. Might be there's one that's too far away, or the other one's despawned. It might be that you're creating a worm. We should be on the ready for an uppies. I think is the plan there. Do you think they will ever put a meta breaker in game for this, or were there other things you had to do to get here? What do you mean by a meta breaker, cube flops? What are you referring to? Sorry, I'm not understanding what the question is. I understand the concept of something which breaks the meta, but if it seems too easy to farm spice, they add more things to make it more difficult. I mean, shoe flops, they don't want to make it any more difficult to gather spice, because gathering spice isn't the end game. It's a means to an end to afford and to proceed in the game. So they don't want it to be impossible to harvest. I don't understand. Do you think that spice? Are you saying that you think the spice is too easy to harvest? I just don't understand the premise of the question. Yeah, I would agree. Luther said on comms that our servers are not representative of what happens on public servers as well. We've got a very different deep desert culture. We're very collaborative, and this time zone is very, very early for the US area that we're on. So again, what you see here isn't what you would see on the main official servers, despite us being reasonably large and open. We've got a very different culture of our deep desert, and it's taken work and effort to get into this. I'm teaching Luther to clean the plate right now. I will be asking Funcom to make the C key a toggle at some point, like the booster is. You have to hold the booster down. Why do you have to hold down the claw? Or let me have an ability for the middle bar that we would normally, where you'd normally put down like the turret, for example, or your middle ability, and let that be like a fast claw pickup button, so that you can hover with C, but if you need to fire the claw down and grab whatever's beneath you, you just do that, and it pulls it up immediately. It's like a capture button. Give me options. What I like to see is my biggest quality of life improvement. A rework of the recycling machine. Need a cycler to recycle large volumes. I think recycling in general needs an overhaul, not just the machine, but like recycling doesn't give you even a share of the materials that you would have gotten. I think realistically, if you put spice plastinium dust into something that's 100%, like, you know, so we made, for example, when we were showing this issue off, we made a sand crawler cockpit. It requires plastinium, it requires spice melange, it requires all kinds of stuff. When you recycle it, you get 2 of the components back and an absolutely tiny amount of them. Recycling should just give you a percentage share back of what you've recycled. It shouldn't be you only get 2 of the components out of 10 of them. No, you should just get 75% of what went into it. If it's at 50% integrity, you get 75% of what it would be left accounting for integrity. You know, and then make that better with the skills in crafting for dismantling. Why that means that when you actually get, you know, when you get like a damaged Mark 6 damage Mark 6 battery pack, you can be like, actually, I'm going to dismantle this. I'll take all of the pieces and I'll take 3 of them and I'll make a full health one for myself. That's the recycling, I know, the recycling ethos of Dune. Nothing goes to waste. But I think for me, a big change to recycling would be nice. Yeah, today on current Earth with proper equipment, we can get nearly 9 times the recovery with specific tooling and where that's the goal. Yes, not everywhere has that. I grant you, but that would be one of the priorities you would need for operating on Arrakis. But you still don't get all of them, Luther, right? The later crafting ones. You still don't get, like, you're still not going to get the spice plastinium dust back if you recycle an ancient way, for example. Mini worms that knock things around, but its devs aren't changing anything in this tier. That answers the question. I mean, Tube Flops, I didn't say the devs aren't changing anything in this tier. Your questions, every single question you've asked has had some kind of like weird level of direction on it. I've asked for clarifications on each of them as a result. It's not the devs aren't changing anything at this tier. That's completely incorrect. You're looking for a reason to have a problem with the game. The devs have made a huge amount of change at the end game tier of the game. That's happened across the board. We've got specializations now. We've got a huge bunch of new missions. We've got a completely overhauled lands rad system. Just because they haven't overhauled how you collect spice doesn't mean the devs have made no changes at this tier. That's a ludicrous claim to make, buddy. If your question is, have the devs changed anything at this tier, then the answer is yes. But if the question is, have the devs changed anything specifically in relation to spice harvesting? Not really, no, because it's not broken. It doesn't need fixing. Yeah. You're talking about introducing friction into an area of the game that doesn't need it. And that ultimately they're not focusing on right now. I'm very pleased that when most of you ask questions in chat, you ask them in a way where you're actually open to an answer no matter what it is. You're not looking for a confirmation or clarification around, you know, you're looking for a reason to be upset with the game and using me to give that to you. It's not in my nature, as you all know. To say the devs haven't made any change at the endgame tier is an absolute laughable claim. B's half asleep right now. I don't say half asleep. B's fully asleep pretty much. Like, he went back to sleep while I was petting him. He was like, oh, okay, this is nice. You make a good point, Freya. Like, after what happened with the AOC devs and stuff, yeah, I'm very happy with how communicative the community team from Funcom are with me and with the overall player base. I'm really pleased that I can reach out with an issue and they will look at it, you know? The creator program is well run. The devs are really positive. They're doing a lot of good stuff. Like, I'm really pleased with the way that the Funcom devs are working on things. Yeah, their team isn't huge anymore because the game is already released and they're on a development and future maintenance style team. So there's prioritization that has to be done. But it's not a matter of they haven't made any changes to endgame. That's not a fair claim to make. And I will always address an unfair claim to the devs because that's not, I will not allow people to abuse the devs because they've not asked the right questions. The end game progression that makes solo play a lot easier. I agree as well. Yeah, I think solo and small group play has been really benefited by these changes, which I think was needed. Did you just fall out of your sandcrawler? Yeah, when you get the sandcrawler, it will normally put you on its treads if the sandcrawler isn't moving vertically. Yeah. Yeah, if the sandcrawler's moving vertically, when it spawns you in, you would normally spawn inside of its tread, so it puts you safely on the ground alongside it. Unfortunately, you're up in the air. The worm is heading its way to you. It is currently 3 kilometers out. Oh boy, you received a dividend payment of 4 pence. My pension is very happy. Deeply hilarious. We're rich, 4 pence. What's the highest level station raid I've made it through? I've not really been running the stations, Twinned Assassin, because to be honest with you, like, on the stream, just running the same content over and over again is how I get bored. The way that the new stations run, the end game stations actually aren't the content I enjoy. The content I enjoy are the Landsrad missions, the changes to loot, the specializing my character the way that I want it to. That's really what I enjoy, but people have started to notice that I don't like running the new Overland dungeons, because running the same dungeon over and over again at a faster speed or a difficulty change isn't for me. It's ultimately why I don't really enjoy games like Elden Ring that much, because I don't like repeating the same content over and over and over and over and over again, trying to get through it or trying to learn a lesson from it. It's just not necessarily for me. After a while, I'll just be like, okay, well, I'm bored of running this mission now. I need to do something different. It doesn't... The timing nature or the completing those doesn't really give me the good brain chemicals. Maybe the loot does, but it's not necessarily enough loot to be worth doing it over and over again, and that's a diminishing return. Because if I end up doing 3 runs where I get shit loot, I know that I'll be a bit like, oh, I don't want to do this content again, especially if it's taking 20 minutes a run to do when you're learning higher difficulties. So I'm not hugely fussed on them, so I think the highest level I've done has been like a 7 on one of them, maybe an 8. I'm not hugely worried about them. Like, they're cool, and I'll do them as I level up combat more. Every now and then I'll dip into doing one with a friend, for example, but like, it's not what I play Dune for. I play Dune for running around in my ornithopter, flying around, having fun, messing around with the community, doing spice harvesting. Overland testing, I've never really been a big fan of doing the testing stations. Even when they were static ones in the deep desert, I never found it that fun to do. So the highest level station I've run is like 7 or 8. But the new Landsra missions, the new Landsra missions are, I'm fine with doing 5 a day, because you can just do 5 different missions. But if you end up doing 35 like I did yesterday, oh. You made it through level 24 last night at 136. Very nice, Twinned Assassin, yeah. Have I got an exploration to 20 yet? I've got an exploration to 48, 49. 49 today, exploration. Tomorrow we will get Pack Mule, and then we're going to be working purely on the combat tree. Yeah, doing 35 missions over the weekend was a bit of a challenge. Like, that's when it's really a stretch, I think. When you have to do the same mission so many times back to back, that's when it's really not that fun. Because, like, who's using the gathering tree, honestly? Like, if you're in a group, you're not doing that. And if you're solo, gathering is like pretty much all you'll want. So, like, it's really hit or miss. So that means that some people will just do the gathering tree, for example, all day, every day. Crafting, you could do all 35 missions of just crafting. You're going to get real bored of just the 5 different missions in there. Was just curious if it was that was fast carrier speed with a booster, yes. Yeah. $35 was a pain. You got 35 to 66. You got crafting to 66. Very nice. Still good on fuel. Let's learn these. I'm guessing that rat bag is now full. Wait, no, this way around. If the sandstorm is 8 minutes out, it's likely coming diagonally across from the Alpha 1 direction or from the Indigo, sorry, Alpha 9 direction or the Indigo 9 direction. Be one of those two sides. 8 minutes is about as long as you'll get.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
4 minutes for us, so it's likely coming from Alpha 9. Just got your Amazon update, your termagants coming in today. Very nice. A little bit of Tyranids. If you do a specific track, you rotate between the same 2 or 3 missions. Exactly. I've made it so that I rotate between, like, I think 3 different loadouts of the missions, which is just about manageable, but I have to be doing combat and crafting to make that work. Nope, nope. You lost 10 because of the extra?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
Because you let them
approaching.
stack? That makes sense. 3 minutes, so yeah, that likely is coming in from the A9 band. Let me go find out.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandstorm is cutting east to west in roughly the E to F band horizontally. So if you fly north or south, you'll probably clear it, but it will hit the E5 base. So if you go if you go directly south from F into like the kind of the PvE area, then you kind of go from the C band, you should be clear. Yes, Jaded in Fire. So what we've got confirmed is that coming on update 1.3.10, which is one of the upcoming ones relatively soon, we'll be getting a new area. There'll be a whole new map being added on the overworld dungeon. There will be 5 new quests, so 1 quest for each of the trees will be in that location, which will be really nice. So yeah, they're keeping adding to it over time, which I really like. I think that's what we really need. Once you're in the Delta band, you are likely clear of the sandstorm, just so you know.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So yeah, once you're in the D band, I would then cut your heading towards the southwest and then start heading diagonally. So you'll probably enter like kind of the bottom end of D4 where it meets kind of C5 and then dip back upwards that way kind of direction. You should be clear. You've got a meme you're scheming. Oh, Wig Diddley, I'm looking forward to seeing the meme you scheme. South. Southeast, yeah. One second, chat. Give me a moment. Put that on charge. There's the storm. Oh no, our base can be attacked
Sector
if we're in the PvP
A
area,
large
but we're not.
sandstorm is approaching.
I wonder what the wall integrity is like of the base. Oh yeah, it's doing fine. Okay, chat, while we wait out the sandstorm, we'll just stand here. Nice thing about crafting was 3 main missions, we run with 3-4 minutes tops. You learn which the longer ones to avoid. Yeah, you will do. You'll learn to optimize it. Like, the Rift Recon runs are perfect for the, Rift Recon runs are really good for the flight one, for the exploration tree. I love the Rift Recon run, just flying through it. Okay, Luther, are you repaired, refueled, and ready to go? Sure. I don't know if you still need to be in the passenger cabin, so we do it for safety. You can test it on the way back if you want, Luther. I really like Rift Recon Run. That's my favorite one. You basically get to fly through the Haga Rift. Right. We're chasing the sandstorm down, chap. Hello, Freak. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Haga Rift's one of the most fun areas as well. I really like the Haga Rift. I like flying through it. I've always have. It's always been good fun. You built public bases for everyone to learn BPs. Very nice. Lou said they won't know what that joke is. Ooh, look, chat, glue. I know, Freak. I'm sorry, Freak. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Oh, no, fine. Yeah, I saw a shuttle and I wants to loot it. Yeah. Your bit and crafting. How's the sand? The sand is going very well, thank you. Yes, I'm glad you're enjoying Bitcraft. We'll be checking out Bitcraft at some point pretty soon, likely. When there's some downtime for Dune on a day that we're playing it, I'll likely go and check out some Bitcraft, because Bitcraft's a really great, like, still just chatting to chat game, you know, second monitor kind of game where you can, you know, really just kind of relax and kind of play a very slow pace. It is just a little, not boring, but it's not always kind of like main content kind of stream. Because I just be great during like a turn-based game. Like Total War, that would be great, because then during the turn skips, like when the turns are due, you should quickly go do a couple of things in Bitcraft, you know, make sure you're still, you know, producing. But like RuneScape, it's second screen content. It's an AFK-able game. No, the sandstorm's outrunning us. How dare it? There we go. We're finally gaining on the sandstorm. We can do this, chat. I believe. I don't believe enough. We've gained 30 meters on it in, you know, almost the full boost. Okay, we've gained 40 meters on the sandstorm. And we'll just get a little bit more spice, and then I'll probably let Luther go build his base, because Luther's really agitated and anxious to build his fun water base. He's got the urge that only building will satisfy. So I lured him into spicing. Whoops. Sabu did lure you into spicing, it's true. I'm actually innocent here for once, that's nice. Hello, Avenda, how are you today, buddy? It's good to see you. They'll probably need to add me as a friend. Emily Slider's the name. Wait, how did I miss the buys field so much? Why did my... Okay, apparently I'm on crack. Press P. That's the one. So, Freak, by my understanding, in Bitcraft, they've wiped the map, but you have the choice between if you wipe your character and if you don't. So you can continue with your old character, or you can go back in and start a new one. I wasn't having a stronk, I promise. I would never have a Monday stronk. I save my stronks for like Wednesdays. At least I'm halfway through the week with my stronk. Imagine having like... I've always thought this, that like... Okay, Luther, you're gonna be... Yeah, I'm gonna kind of hover here ahead of Luther for a second. Then I will go into this. There you go. That should be good to enter the base now. There you go, Freya. Danny should be good to enter the base now, if that was the character. If it wasn't, then I made a mistake. You can either fresh start or carry over the tutorial. There's a second chance to carry over XP after the tutorial. Okay, so if you decide actually you do want to carry over the XP, you can. That's really nice. That's a good set of changes. I think that makes sense. Oh, there we go. Updated finally. Why, hello there, Demnar. How are you doing, good sir? Good morning, Tide. Although it's good afternoon. Good after Tide. How are you doing, Demnar? It's lovely to see you as always, buddy. More spice. More spice required. I love that you knew exactly how I meant that sound. I know. Don't worry. I understand. I know what's up. How are things on your end, buddy? You're super maybe feeling a little better after doing violin with your daughter? Well, I'm glad that you're feeling a little better after doing violin with your daughter, bud. And if they're not, as you know, if you ever need to chat about anything, my DMs are always open for you, dude. That is an option. If you ever want to chat about stuff or just vent, you can always DM me. You know that's an option, bud. Even if you're frustrated after violin because she's better than you are. I understand that too. Nodders. I mean, she almost is horrifying. The way that kids can pick up things like languages and instruments is incredible, honestly. Kind of their job. I mean, it kind of is, yes, true, but you'd think that it's the thing that we could stay good with for a while. You scale for age difference, she's superior, that's fair. Not gonna leave Luther on the sand, am I, chat? That wouldn't be very kind of me. Oh, wait, Diddley, what are you making us for breakfast? Come on, let's hear what people are having for breakfast. What are you having for lunch? Share with us your foods. Make us hungry. Come on. In less than a year, she can read sheet music already and plan two hands on piano, and she play any note in the violin, first position. That's wow. I mean, awesome, no, Demna. Like, must be proud of her, bud. Is she enjoying it though? That's kind of the main thing. You enjoying learning the violin? Whee! Lunch was boring. Dinner is going to be minced pork soft-shell taco with plenty of cheese toppings, beef dripping chips on the side. Oh, Phil, that sounds pretty good. Now I'm feeling hungry. Okay. You've got meatballs and tomato sauce and mashed potatoes for dinner. Very nice. Fried eggs with butter, salt, pepper, and some toast with butter and blackberry jam. Orange juice. Simple but filling. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds very good. She enjoys the piano more, but does enjoy the violin as well. The violin challenges her, which is good for her to learn from the experience. Good. Good, good, good. I feel like a lot of time parents don't know if their kids actually enjoy like a subject or something they're doing. They're really good at it, yeah, but that's different from enjoying it. It'll be stew. Stew's always good. You know, you can put potatoes in a stew, boil them, and you can mash them as well. We've covered that today. You're having non-grey sausage rolls for dinner? Well, that sounds about right. Yeah, no grey sausage rolls for dinner for you. Go on. That would require quite a long trip, I think. Caesar salad for a light supper. Very nice. Very nice. We didn't. It made me hungry sitting in a meeting without the option to do something about it. Oh no. Pretty sure running her to the piano every time they're buying me equates to enjoying it. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad, Demna. I'm glad. There was one tiny speck of spice, yes. It was me being pernickety. Yeah, there are some dots in the center where it's bugged. It's bugged, yeah. Yeah, some of the bugs, like that dot there in the center over there is a bugged one. You know, they're just the view isn't perfect. The thing. Last 3 hours of demo, any recommendations? I'm done with my demos for Next Fest. There were some great ones in there, but I think I'm good for now. There's probably plenty that I missed, but I've got no raw recommendations. Arathon. Outbound was very good. Windrose was great. Guardian of the Wild Sky was very good. Why are we talking about these great dinner plans? It sounds like people aren't bringing enough for chat. I know, it's very rude. They're not bringing any of their dinner to give it to the other people in chat to try it. All the ads are about to start, chat. Go and grab yourselves a drink. Go and grab yourselves a snack. You know, now we've been talking about food. Hopefully it's made each of you hungry. So go and grab yourself a snack. Look after yourselves. We will be right back after the ads. Am I into racing games? I think it depends on what it is. Depends on the game. I've not done many for a good few years, but I do enjoy a measure of like kind of low flight racing in games with flight sticks and flight sims and stuff. So I might enjoy some racing, I don't know. I just don't know. Puts mobile in pan, that's definitely good enough, yeah. Maybe put me in the fridge so I can chill. Whoop. We'll be right back, chat. Oh, the Star Wars pod racing one does look good. You're right, yeah. Let's look for that worm. I just stood up and did my stretches quickly. My standing in place one, so I can touch the ceiling and stretch out my scrungled spine. Welcome back, everyone. How are you doing? More delicious spice. I feel like the official stance is that any member of Bailey's bodyguards automatically become Spice Marines. What do I think of Forza? I only played Forza Horizons on a friend's machine. I enjoyed that. It was quite good. When I was younger, I played a lot of Need for Speed. I remember enjoying Need for Speed, was it Carbon and was it Underground? Underground was very enjoyable. I really enjoyed both the Need for Speed games when I was much younger. So I don't dislike racing games. It's just often that I found a lot of racing games don't really feel very intuitive. And like, I think a big part of what I rely on when I'm driving in general is the the feedback of gravity, the actual feeling of movement. I don't think I'll have that advantage when if I was doing any kind of sim. Have I seen the new Forza Horizon coming into? I have not. I don't know very much about it. So clearly what I need to do is Clearly, I need to get one of those like kind of flight systems, or like, you know, not flight systems, like chair systems where you get like the force feedback. You know, that in Japan, that could be interesting. Japan has some very, very nice roads, from what I've heard. Carbon was a good game. Carbon was great. I loved Carbon. It was. Oh, I always enjoyed the Need for Speed games I played when I was younger. It's weird because some part of me thinks, oh, I didn't really do that much gaming when I was younger because I didn't have that much access to a machine because, you know, family and stuff. But like, I went to like a local youth group that had like a PlayStation. That's where I played the PlayStation 1 originally. I played Red Alert 1 on PlayStation 1 because it's like one of the few discs they had that weren't too scratched up to work. So I remember even, you know, even at that point, still like enjoying games when I could get access to them. Like, I didn't have a console, so when I went to friends' houses, we'd do things. I remember playing Halo Reach when I had a sleepover with a friend. When I was in like I said my early teens, probably. Things like that. That's like, that was my experience of gaming. And then I had, when I got to kind of secondary school age, was the first time I could really like play a PC that actually had any kind of gaming potential. I think when I first played Skyrim, a friend came over to my house and was like, wait, how do you play Skyrim? I can't get past this weird door. And I was like, oh yeah, that's just because you can't see cobwebs. And he was like, what? You can see them on the console. I was like, wait, what? So yeah, that's when I first learned about like graphics and stuff, and like really the real depths of, actually, it might not have been Skyrim, it might have been Oblivion. I think it was before 2011. So like, I've always enjoyed games, but I didn't play that many of them, so I did miss out on a bunch of the ones. But I did get to play a few things like Need for Speed, so I'm glad I did manage to get a hold of that one. It was indeed a quick breach, yes. Carbon had a good pace. I think it had good progression too. The thing about Carbon is it felt really satisfying to like level up your vehicles. You got the upgrades in a nice way and at a nice time, that it was very intuitive. It just worked. They really knew what they were doing, I think, with Carbon. That being said, I'm looking back on it with very much rose-tinted nostalgia lenses, so there is that too. That's a whole thing to remember, that it's not like I played it recently. Hate that one. You got a SNES and a Sega Genesis from a car boot sale when you were 7 or 8, and from then I used to love playing games? Yeah. Then I got a PlayStation 2 at one point. And did a lot of Star Wars Battlefront 2. That was... Earthworm Jim on PC had a secret to it. You put in your CD walk and it played the soundtrack. That was how you became an audiophile. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's really neat. I don't know why more games didn't do that. That would have made soundtracks much more of a thing. That's cool. I like that. Need for Speed Most Wanted, followed closely by Underground 2 was where it was at. There. I think everyone liked different parts of the Need for Speed series, which is why I like this. How you know that, like, when you're saying like, oh, I liked this one more than the others, you're still comparing it with other games that you still enjoyed, that you played more, or like you still enjoyed the other Need for Speed game. It's not like you're comparing it to, like, you know, oh, that's a terrible entry in the series, or you really didn't enjoy that one. It's different level of comparison you get to franchises now. Did I ever play the Midnight Club games? The name doesn't stand out to me, but sometimes seeing a game reminds me more, so I can always look it up at the next break. Assassin's Creed I did. Original Tomb Raider on PlayStation I did. I never really enjoyed FromSoft games that much. I'll be honest. I know it's a you know, hot take on the internet, but not a fan. Which one was Shadow? Assassin's Creed Shadows. I stopped playing at Brotherhood. Like the third one. I love the Assassin's Creed series because that's where I stopped. So for me, it will always feel good. I've not gone back. I would like to go back and do Valhalla at some point because I love Greek mythology. I like seeing how they do that, and I did hear that the Greek one was kind of quite good. Not Valhalla. I'm thinking of is it Odyssey? I think of Odyssey. I own Odyssey. I don't own Valhalla. That's the one. That's why you don't look up the Assassin's Creed series on Steam and look at one name while you read out the other. Just so anyone's aware. That's why you don't do that at the same time. Odyssey is what I potentially might do at some point if I get like a, you know, next time I'm recovering from surgery, for example, I can lose myself in that for a good 100 hours or so. Yeah, you make it so. Freya on comms makes a very good point. Ubisoft's treatment of their staff and the way they treat their IP over the years hasn't been great in many ways. I think I got my Assassin's Creed Odyssey in a humble bundle. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have played it. But it is, I would still buy a Ubisoft title because ultimately I'm still going to buy the Division when that comes out. Like I've always loved the Division games. The Division 1 was absolutely fantastic. I loved playing that. Division 2 was also good. Not good as Division 1. The survival mode on Division 1 was absolutely fantastic. I hope they bring that to 2 or a part 3. So I know that I will always support certain studios at Ubisoft, but as a company, I can't support their business practices. They're just... I would seriously consider any sponsorship that came from Ubisoft. It would depend on what the game is and what the devs themselves are like rather than the publisher, because devs are normally great. It's normally the publishers that are the problem I found from interacting with games companies. I'm glad you're enjoying the synchronized uppies. My worm sign is just cleared. I'm honest with every single sponsorship I do. If there is a bug, if there is a glitch in the game, I will call it out, I will talk about it, and I will not hide it. It's a... that's a principal part for me. If I'm showing off a game of sponsorship, I'm showing off exactly how the game is, not how they say it is, or they want it to be seen. That's not how that works. So if there is a bug or a glitch in the game, yeah, I won't linger on it or make it into a big deal, but like, I'm not going to ignore it. I'm not an idiot. I'm never going to do that. Yep. A number of people have recommended Dino Blade. So those of you who can't hear Discord because there's people in chat today, Fred just recommended Dino Blade as a future game. I've seen it. I kind of think it's ridiculous and kind of think it's awesome. So I'm following that one reasonably closely. Yes, the idea of being a dinosaur that carries a blade in your mouth and fights with it just kind of seems kind of nuts. I'm kind of horrified by it. It's dumb as fuck, but it's also fucking cool. Oh, well, thank you, Small Mite. I appreciate that. Ooh, ice explosion. No, Wick Diddley left me in the fridge. Ah. Very soon we're going to end up with an ultramarine symbol here. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I haven't had plans to yet, Luther. Well, I want to, I just haven't planned to. It's different. The intent is there, but not the actual planning. If you think I have a plan, no, that's not how this works at the moment. No. 7. Who's the worm bait? Luther is our worm bait today. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Fine. I change my height accordingly. As long as the carriers aren't the same height, you have less interaction problems. This isn't my first time spicing. Don't worry. So you might need to go back on that one. Doesn't appear to be updating properly. Oh, there we go. It's fine. That's much better. There we go. You can go forward again now. Always spice considerately. What spice fit the number? I think this is spice field number 2. Yeah, the first one we didn't finish. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, grandfather came up early, so we had to. No, he came up out the sand. He waved his head around and then left. Fine. I'm not driving. There's shade going on, chat, in our Discord call, as 2 people are debating who's being more efficiently spicing, given the shapes of the perfect circle on the outside versus the non-perfect circle on the inside. Luther's actually ended up with what normally ends up happening. What you end up finding is naturally you'll end up creating almost a hexagon. It's pretty normal to end up with about 6 sides on your spice field by the time you've just worked your way out. Yeah, we love a Bestigan here. Yes, I think I have seen your base. Hexagons are the best shape. They're just 6 triangles. We love triangles here. I'm a big triangle fan. We love some spice. I agree with you, John. I'm... No, you're fine. More pirate music like this, I think, is what's needed. This may be Lost Grandfather. Maybe. Do this. Yes, you can hear the percussive thump. You turn the game. I turned the game sound up on stream. Chat should be able to hear it, but yeah, you can hear the thump. There we go. Catch you later, Sabu. Thank you for being here, bud. Thank you for the spice sim. Lost Grandfather Worm. I never get sick of seeing that animation. Every single time it's impressive. Every single time it inspires awe and fear of the worm. And genuinely, I think that as a solo player, if you get used to the small worms doing the compacting, sometimes you can forget to respect the worm. When you see that grandfather worm, for me at the very least, I think it reminds me that you do need to actually respect the worm at all times. Because the worm is the enemy, the boss. Like, you do not beat the worm, you avoid the worm, you do not fight the worm. You respect the worm. Like, And if you fail to do so, you do so at your peril, because like it will the one time you don't respect the worm and you're not thinking about it, you will learn a lesson. You will very quickly learn a lesson. You like the thumps? The thumps are the way the worms communicate. The small ones do it too. They're more like clicks. But that's apparently, according to a couple of people at launch, that's basically what worms do to communicate threat. It's basically high energy sonic pulse waves that, you know, would travel through sand incredibly effectively to basically mark territory. Like, that's a territorial threat display. That's this is my food. This is my hunting grounds. Like the Leviathans of Subnautica, when you see it for the first time. Oh shit. Exactly, yeah, that's the whole thing. Spook, did you want to do any spicing if you're still here? The Leviathans of Subnautica, when you see it for the first time. Oh shit, yeah, the Leviathans of Subnautica teach you to respect the open water. Like, that's the same kind of feeling in this game. I remember the Leviathans being scarier when I first saw them in Subnautica than whenever I see them in a video, though. They don't look scary anymore. I don't know what it is. I think it must just be the feeling of being immersed in the water. What happened to Subnautica Below Zero, whatever it was called? Subnautica gets to you, you couldn't, not even the shallows. Part of you wonders why you would go fishing for herring and lobster. Money, yep, okay, well, fair, I guess. The immersion from playing that made them a lot scary. I just remember them visually being scarier than they are. It's really weird.
Sector weather alert. A large
Okay, it's the
sandstorm
Coriolis
is
storm.
approaching.
Came out, not so great reviews. Oh, it's a shame. Although I don't know. Ulricol, is that where you are now? Are you only just at the updates in prod bit? Or is that just a delayed reaction from earlier? Because that was like 2 hours ago. Although if they might not get that for 2 hours. Oh, chat, look, somebody's left us a free ornithopter outside of our base. How delightful. That's really kind of them. Look, there's a free ornithopter just here. Look, we can just go and grab this free ornithopter, see? We just... Oh, I can't pick it up, sad face. I can't put it inside the shield. I wasn't going to take it and put it in a museum. Oh, actually, that's... Maybe it's a cultural artifact. I need to go and check. Oh, it is a tradies marked, I guess. Oh, it's the last item in chat. Ah. No, it's not the Atreides watch, but it's the Atreides... Is it the special Atreides one? Yeah, it's the same as mine. You do the same thing as I do. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. I do wish they'd gotten the cell marking slightly more distinct, because I don't think that in certain colors they show up very well. Luther, do you want me to let you go back to building your base? Yeah, go on. Well, I've got to take crap bag back and then empty it and stuff, so you've got plenty of time. lovingly named crap bag. And remember, chat, that complies with the terms of service of Dune. Because while you can't use slurs and objectionable content, crap bag is the name of Paul Rudd's character on beloved sitcom Friends, which was aired on national television, and therefore can't possibly be in breach of their terms of service. How is the water storage base coming along? The water storage base is coming along really well, except I keep stealing the person who's building it to harvest spice for me. Sorry, I'm just checking your message. Now I need to make a sister ship, Regina Phalange. I do. Or Princess Consuela Banana Hammock. That's another Friends reference, just so you are aware. I'll recall, it didn't go up to 15. Apparently I double counted something. That's what the Twitch dashboard says. So we're gonna keep it matching the Twitch dashboard, I'll recall. This. That's fine. Let's do this. Go up here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, that's... sorry, someone sent me something really cool, and I was like, how does this work? Something just distracted my ADHD brain cells. I apologize, chat. I went down a rabbit hole. I don't know if it's been 3 years. Do I have all the spice now, or is there something left for the rest of us? There's some spice. I left a whole spice field. There's a whole fresh spice field out there, I'll recall, if you want it. So if anyone's actually interested, I was just told about this. It says Scotland becomes first UK country to allow water cremations. Now, if you're like me and are confused how you can have a water and cremation, apparently it's called alkaline hydrolysis. Your body is wrapped in a shroud of biodegradable materials such as silk or wool before being placed in a pressurized chamber with hot water and chemicals speeding up decomposition. The powder remains are given back to relatives unknown. It's basically, I don't know, it sounds a little bit like a death still. It sounds a lot like a death still. I'm going to be honest, it sounds like they're extracting the moisture from my body. It sounds like a death still. This is... Weighs the body, heats it to 150 C in a mixture of potassium hydroxide and water up to 90 minutes. This dissolves the body tissue, leaving only the bones, which are then rinsed at 120 degrees Celsius. Oh, wait, hang on. Go back to it. Typical cremation has a footprint equivalent to 220 grams of carbon dioxide. Alkaline hydrolysis is 7 times less CO2. This is actually death. This is death still technology. I'm gonna send this to Thor. It's very environmentally friendly to water cremate yourself. Who would have known? Oh, you mean that you left it in E5? Oh, thank you. Kind of you. Luther is the expert on the water base, Freya, so I would probably say ask Luther. It's now being offered across Scotland as like a standard form of burial. You'll either be able to be buried, burnt, or water cremated. Which sounds like a great step. Like being offered across the entire nation. Like that seems great. It's just a standard option. Anyone can be like, cool, I'd like to have a water cremation, please. Neat. That sounds pretty good to me. I don't know. Like, it's just cremation with with less carbon. Fine. Less burning. Why is the carrier wanting to climb so much when I do that? And the water gets recycled. Exactly. It is death. I've sent it to Thor literally as this is death cursor. This is death cursor. This is precursor to death still technology. And I'll just see what he says. My plan. Empty. I mean, look, every time we get one of these skills, it's now like 15 melange. Like, you know, we need to be making sure we're replacing all of our melange supplies. It's very important. We've actually got quite a lot of unprocessed spice sand as well, unironically. Knocking around the base. Water. We haven't got enough water to process the melange. That's currently our problem. Because we're working on the water base, we're keeping all of our water being used for that at the moment. Because duralumin is remarkably water intensive. Okay, so as long as Demnar's not in chat anymore, I can get away with doing this. Just don't tell Demnar, chat. Don't tell Demnar. I killed my water processing plastidine this weekend with all the extra mining bonuses. Exactly, yeah. We didn't even harvest plastinium. I was like, oh, we've got enough. You know, if Demnar ever really needs distracting, I can just be like, Demnar, hey, I filled the organization chests up for you. Go have at them. And Demnar will be like, oh, okay. I can't go in that, it's full. Impressive that we managed to fill the Demnar's problem now chests. Demnar, please sort. I can fill this one up too. What was that, Luther? Don't tell Demnar there's a bunch of Jasminium hidden around the base like I'm hiding spice. That's hilarious. I would never tell Demnar that. Make doubles, sure. Okay. Demnar doesn't need to worry about any of this. That one is full. The other one is not yet full, but I'm sure that I can cause enough of a fuss to fill them up. That's enough. There's enough loot that we can gather. I have access to it, I think. What's it called? Is it full of corpses? Is it called... Oh, is it called Bring Out Your Dead? Oh, you probably can't see that either, can you? It doesn't even tell you its name. Ugh. I think... Like, it has... If you check it now, do you have access to it now? Okay. Well, I've given you access to Bring Out the Dead, which was just a cargo container I filled with friends the other day, because we were feeling a little bit lonely. Yes, yeah. Oh, thank you, Don. It's very kind of you to say that I bring all the good loot. I'm very good at collecting loot. I'm just really, really bad at, like, putting it where it's meant to go. When it comes to loot, so like I just kind of drop it off in the Demnar please sort chest and he just deals with it. Knack. You would scream at me if it was... Oh, okay. That's why Demnar knows that if, in order to fully unleash my pure loot goblin capabilities, it's better to provide me with areas where I can dump the stuff, and then he can sort it, so I can channel my goblin energy. He knows that that's how I'm best enabled to meet my, you know, meet my full potential. See, Balthazar, that's why I can get away with hiding other things in chests where they're not meant to be as long as they get processed. There are more than two. There are 6. Although I think 4 of them are full, which is why I was very upset. But then there were 3 more added downstairs, so I was less upset. 2 for random things and 4 for the ore. You should just make them all random things, Demnar. You know what's gonna happen. Okay, chat, the ads will be here in about 15 seconds. I'm going to quickly nip to the bathroom while we're flying out to our base, but I will be right back after that. In the meantime, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a bite to eat, and look after yourself. Go and pet a cat, maybe. Go and observe the great orb outside in the sky. You know, maybe go and touch some grass. You know, maybe think about the Roman Empire. All of the kind of normal things that one would do during a moment of quiet reflection. So I will see you when I'm back from the loo in a moment, but take it easy, enjoy, and I'm gonna leave you with these adverts that will start right now. Right now, Twitch, right now, Black Garlic, right now. 3 games in December. Ferrets. Boris is eating bread. Greg's drive-through. Greg sausage rolls. Mothman's glowing ass. Actually, what was it asked? Was it Mothman's bountiful ass? Thank you for the spicing for Mothman's ass work. Be right back. I definitely didn't fly over my base. What are you talking about? That would never happen, chat. Who would fly over their base? Who would do that? Who would do such a thing? Look who I'm joined by. Okay. He's just been fed. That's what it took me a little bit longer because as I went to the loo, he just appeared out of nowhere and was like, "Feed me." So I had to feed him before I could go to the loo. Is that a... It's a Demnar. There is indeed a Demnar on bombs. Surprised. How are we all? Thank you very much for yeah, that's what happens. I get more and more unhinged, and then the ads start, and I finally get to go to the loo. That's how that works. I'm not sure what you expect. Denver, are you logging in to play Dune? Did I see the state of the storages? You're damn right I did. I'm the one who caused half of that. Yeah, if I go to the loo, yes, I get rehinged. Yeah, that's the point. The thing is that at the previous ad break, I was a bit like, I know that I'm going to need the loo before the next ad break. And I was right. Ooh, a whole thing of spice. Grab some more repairs. Hello, Fox and your biscuits in. How are you doing? It is wonderful to see you. Happy Monday to you. We're real full on spice, but we've got the perfect amount to transport back, I think. There's probably a few more things we could put in there. When will they put Barjo in game as he who has worms? Maybe he is the sleeper. Maybe Barjo is the sleeper because he's got worms. He's sleeping on them. He hasn't got them dealt with yet. Just get rid of a lot of these extra items that aren't needed to be in here. Slots, that means we're 37. There we go. Or the stuff in the bottom. Another run to run crap bag back home. I'm doing very good, thank you, Fox. Yeah, things are going good. It's a nice chill Monday, nice and relaxed. Probably be a little bit of a shorter stream today because I started late because I was helping somebody with some OBS problem. Well, I say problems. Just getting OBS set up and working and, you know, getting good sound and all kinds of things. Arguably, we already know Barjo's in game because the worms are so angry. Because only Barjo would make the worms that upset. Demno, just before you ask, if you happen to find any spice in chests where it's not meant to be, I have no idea how it got there. It's a pure mystery to me, and any assertion otherwise will be taken as a personal attack. Just so you know. That's irrelevant whether you saw it on stream or not. I'm just saying you can't accuse me of it. Okay. The facts of the matter are irrelevant. There's only one thing I have to say to you and to chat about that.
You ignored me.
You'll have to listen to the stream for it. You ignored me.
Chronos uppies?
You also follow Barjo. You should definitely follow Barjo. Hello, Mr. Gruggles. No one can accuse me of hiding spice sand in chests around our base where it's not meant to be, because I would never do that. There are specific chests marked for spice sand. I would never, ever get accused of putting spice in places where it's not meant to be. I feel like fuel cells could be a hotel guest. How are you doing, Mr. Gregors? For those of you who don't know who Mr. Gregors is an awesome streamer here on Twitch. He's a personal friend of mine, excellent streamer, excellent drummer. Let me do a shout out. If you are not already following him, you 100% should. Go and press that heart up there. There you go. Absolutely love Greg. Huge amount of time for him. How are you doing, buddy? No, I'm not too kind at all. Like I said, I will always shout out people who I think deserve the shout out. That's what I want to do here. I'm always going to be honest. I will always share my community, you know, with people. You are definitely doing. It's been a very, very difficult week. So for some of you who don't know, Greg has Tourette's. He's had Tourette's his whole life. Funnily enough, that's how it works. It causes a huge amount of personal issue, embarrassment, a huge amount of explaining to people why things are the way they are about it. And unfortunately, the recent media at the moment really don't seem to take any steps to try and understand what living with a disability is actually like, and how there is absolutely no control in there. The BBC are the ones at fault here, and you know, I can see why you've had a bit of a shit time, bud. Like I said, I've been very clear with chat about it. I think that, you know, it's horrifying to me in a way how unwelcoming people are of disability once again. It's a real shift in what I thought was going on, and the overall trend of our society as a whole, really. After 2012, things got a lot better if you were physically disabled. There was a noticeable difference between being disabled before 2012 in the UK and afterwards. I was on a cane before 2012 and after 2012, and the treatment, particularly in London, was fundamentally different. The fundamental treatment in London towards me when I had a physical disability pre-2012 was because I was young and male. People would just kind of look at you and be like, oh, you have a cane, it doesn't really matter. After 2012, when we had the Olympics and the visibility of the Paralympics, overall attitude change. People were far more welcoming. People would offer you the seat and stuff. Even if I didn't need it, it was a more welcoming attitude towards people who were disabled. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem that the same grace is being extended to any of the other disabilities that you might not be able to visibly see or have a cane for, but are 100% there, and arguably far more debilitating at times in many ways. Because at the end of the day, I can sit down, I can rest. You can't turn your brain off. Like, that's not how that works. Gone past BBC, they've apologized. SNL and Dion Cole. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's just, it's exacerbating an issue which didn't need exacerbating. It's no different to me than drama baiting. It's no different than you know, all the rage bait and all the horrible, like, negative drama stuff you see online. I think it's grim behavior, and I think it shows a real lack of understanding and empathy towards, you know, their fellow person. Very clear about it. Happily say that to anyone, to their face as well, if they're going to be like, oh, people with Tourette's can choose what they say. That's not how it works. The best way I think I understand it is, if you think of a dartboard, if you're having a thought, you're basically in your brain aiming for a storage area of the brain, or with chemicals that you know where you're going. As far as I understand it, when you are neurodivergent in many ways, sometimes that process looks different. Sometimes it just throws a dart in the dark and hits a different area of the dartboard and says something reasonably close to what you were aiming for, but nowhere near close, you know, to what actually you would want to say, because you don't have any control over it. It's you know, normal thought means that you can actually aim, whereas, you know, you don't have that point A to point B connection. It's not how that works. It will, oh, like, it's almost like having, my physical version of it would be, for a long time when I was about 18, after my first surgery, I had this really bad twitch that would happen, as in when I was falling asleep. It was basically like an incredibly serious myoclonic jerk, where the body thinks it's falling asleep, so sends a signal through, normally to your legs, and does a big kind of shake. That basically is like your body sending nerve signals to itself. You have no control over that, and every single time it will upset you. But it's completely involuntary. You have no control over that. Your brain is just going through a very old process that it thinks it needs to do. There's no difference between the level of control you have over something like that and the level of control you would have over something like, you know, some of the issues that happen in ASD, some of the issues that happen in Tourette, some of the issues with ADHD. You don't have control over those. That's the problem. And people just who don't understand, who don't see it or don't get it, think they do, and it's wrong. It's like I said, yeah, Winky, exactly. The SNL skit pissed you off. Yeah, it's like I said, it's very awful. Just to be clear, if you're having severe myoclonic jerks like that quite regularly, you probably should speak to a doctor about it because it's not that normal to have it frequently. Just so you know. I get them quite a lot as a result of the nerve damage and stuff in my back and in my legs, so that's why I get them disproportionately more than a normal kind of sufferer would. But there's normally going to be a reason. If you're getting enough that you are concerned about them, you should definitely consider speaking to a doctor, because they can be a sign of something going on in the nerves or in the brain. And those are useful. You actually use those. Well, I say you can use those. Most people online don't, as we know. But hey, we are where we are. How are you doing, Winky? It's good to see you, buddy. I could make you a vehicle container. Yes, sure. Can you not make one? Okay, no problem. I can do that now. Oh, wait, that's the wrong container. Never mind. Give me 1 second. I nearly fucked up my alleged stashing of spy sand inside containers without I'm not meant to. Because at least the spy sand will get used up. These items will just sit here until one of us notices and gets annoyed at me. Yeah, I'm gonna go do the police sorts. Hang on. And then you wanted a vehicle one as well. Is our vehicle... Oh, it is upstairs, isn't it? Shows you how often I need to actually make parts of the vehicles anymore. You're healing up well? I'm really pleased to hear it, buddy. I'm really pleased. Oh, we've got no water. We need one... hang on, I've actually got enough water on me that I can actually do this. As long as it doesn't get used up, I have got enough water to do it. I just can't drink anything. No power? I need it for a second, it's fine. It's done. It will be in crafting egress in a few seconds. I'll let you know when. Brooke said, I think the issue with me personally is I spent from the age of 8 until I was 26 actively educating about Tourette's, and I put myself in the spotlight, made myself a target by being on a documentary so I could help others with the condition walk down the street and not be shouted at or beaten up. Now it feels like all that work was for nothing. Greg, I think the main thing I would say is that the kind of people who are going to be hating on or treating you differently or treating those people with their lack of understanding now are not the people you would have reached, and the work that you have done likely has prevented maybe hundreds, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people from maybe feeling worse about this than they actually do already. So I would say that while you probably don't feel right now like you've made a lot of progress, I would say that that's probably tempered a lot of people's baseline, so there's a level of understanding there if they have seen it. And the people that you hadn't reached, you hadn't reached them anyway, so you've not lost anything there. You're still an inspiration, bud. You've still absolutely fought the fight, and I know that you will continue to do so. I don't need to feel like you've wasted your time or your effort was for nothing, because it's definitely not true, dude. Even just in my life and in the stream's life, I think, you know, it's not true. I hope you know that, dude. I hope you know that. A lot of rock wings. I spend a fair amount of time in the deep desert, like, you know, every now and then. The caves in D and F, you've got Delta 9, Delta 4, Foxtrot 1, and Foxtrot 6. I know it will change us for the next 5 years. The conversation around Tourette's will be, oh, like the guy from the BAFTAs. I'm going to be honest with you. If anyone does bring it up with me or we've had that conversation, the basic conversation will be the same position. It's actually a chance to educate somebody from a position of actually that's a common bit of knowledge that everyone will share, and you can use that as a baseline from which to educate people. Once the heat is out of the conversations and the idiots are out of the room, and the adults can talk, I think you can actually use that to educate people potentially better. Just right now, it's full of a bunch of screaming idiots in a room trying to clamor for their 5 minutes of limelight, or trying to take advantage of a situation to somehow, you know, get some spin, get some clout, make some money. It's, like I say, There, like I joke about this a lot, but there is absolutely one thing I cannot tolerate. That's intolerant. You read an article on the SNL skit, did not realize it was that bad. It was, yeah. But yes, I do have quite a few rock wings. We spent quite a lot of time in the deep desert doing deep desert activities, and they were one of the ones that was on rotation quite a bit. I think I've got 160 of them. Because you get them in sets of 8, remember, so it's actually only 20 blueprints for the wings. Where are they? Hummingbirds 126. That's 4 each of the hummingbirds, because that's for the light. 160 for the rock, yeah. Because you get 8 each, there's actually only 20 slets. 20 sets. So it is still a lot of them, but it's nowhere near as many. So I've got 31 Ix cores, you know. I've got 15 ancient ways. Got 25 wayfinder helmets. It's actually only 20 sets of the blueprint to get 160 of them, but it does look like a lot more. Yeah, 20 slets. I don't know where the L came from in sets, but hey. Most of those probably worth going to loot. I'll just chuck them in a chest somewhere. I guess you can chuck them in my chest up top if you need to. Yeah, there's a couple of... Actually, I've got a couple of high tier ones in there I want to give Luther, so the bottom of this, there should be some anyway. Let me see. There's one I definitely want Luther to make, so... Well... That's what I was doing, but specifically I wanted Luther to make the grade 4 Ancient Way I was given yesterday in a schematic, so that would be quite fun. Because I could just, you know, pop some bosses in the face with it. That's the kind of thing that I would like to, but we need water for that. Have we got the wind traps working, Luther? That's the aluminium. Okay, so if I make some of those large, those particulate filters, we could probably run our wind traps. We just need some water to do it. How much water have I got on me? Not a huge amount. I can make 2, which is enough to make. I can basically start a couple of the wind traps, and they can start kind of trickling in. Oh, could you just dump it all into the water reserves and then take out how much you need for the next while? Because then I can just go around and refuel the particulate filters and all of the wind traps. Great. I don't know, Greg. I don't have the answers, but I hope that we can help a little bit, dude. You've done amazing things for Tourette's, and I know that you will continue to do so. And this will be at some point something you can educate people about. I just know that it hurts right now, dude. I'm sorry that you are going through it. If there's anything ever that we can do to help, and you know that I'm here for you, bud. You know we're here for it. You get over the hump, pulling on the horseback to say, yeah, but you gotta look after yourself as well. You gotta I think you gotta allow yourself to have the negative feelings. Like, you've got to allow yourself to feel like people are taking a bit of a shit on you. You know, that's okay. There's nothing wrong, I think, with that. I think that ultimately, like, you know, it's gonna be pretty normal to feel a bit busted up by this one. That is absolute emergency supply if we need to restart a new base, Luther. Yeah. Let's see, how many wind traps do we have outside? 6. Okay, I'll make one more. Yeah, Goblin Scout. I mean, some communities are louder than others, ultimately, and Discords. Everyone's like in a bunch of different Discords. I'm very honoured that so many people are active inside of mine, you know, and it's always very lovely to see how many people are active inside of Thor's, but that's not necessarily true of everyone's. But I know the Winkies community absolutely love and adore him, and there's so much going on in those channels sometimes, so it's about what's going on when. Everyone's doing different stuff. Yes, it was awesome. You laughed so hard you cried on Gregor's stream. I'm glad. Goblin's been singing a chord trying to get people to join this morning. Okay. Where is our thief console? Oh, under the stairs in that little Harry Potter room. Okay. Don't know if it will take the... Oh, I didn't take it from those two, damn it. Oh, okay. If they're turned off, that will do it as well. Yeah. Be good to know if actually we can do it this way, though. Can't actually remember. It's been a while. I feel like I can. I don't know why I feel like I can, but... Okay. Refuel generators. It's not taking it, no. So... Right, I'll come upstairs and do them. Yeah, the Jamiroquai camera panning video, played like 20 minutes 10 times this morning. It worked so well in upping your mood. I'm really glad. I'm really glad. Hello, Hades. Could you get a link to the Fremen Death Steel thing that was found today? I can send that to you now, yes. I'll link it over on YouTube as well for you, those of you over there. Oracle, sorry, I didn't see your Landsrad message a while ago. It looks like we'll be taking the vehicle vendor for the Landsrad this week so we can get some Regis components and parts. No, my pleasure. It's very cool. It's IRL, what's the word? Death Steel technology. It's water cremation. Oh, I need to go one floor down, don't I? You find trading between characters in Dune a bit clunky? I mean, you can just drop things on the floor. Kind of the way that most people seem to do it. Oh, yeah. I will be on my way in a second, Spook. Just let me finish refilling these, and then I'll be right with you. I can't believe you have to put me back in the fridge, but it makes sense. I need to chill out. You're right. Yeah, that's how you know it's not a great system. If dropping shit on the floor is an improvement. Exactly. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Maybe you'll have better luck in my chat. You'll find that there are some goblins that will fit in my chat. There was yesterday there was a whole group of people in comms during the stream, which was very, very nice to see, I think. Very funny. Yeah, I don't want to be put in the freezer. The freezer's too cold at this time of year, so please don't. Please, I don't need that. It's not necessary, I promise. A5 is where I'm going. I got distracted for a second, but A5. 5. I mean, High Lord, that's just about a level of empathy and understanding from people, you know. It's people, if they don't suffer from it, they don't understand it in a certain way. And actually, that's not the point. You're meant to put yourself in. If you don't understand it and you know that you can't understand it, you should listen to the people that do understand it and understand what's going on, so that, you know, you're not hurting other people. So, like, if you don't, you know, you don't know enough about Tourette's to be making a comment, don't make a comment. Oh, thank you very much. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you very much, Spook. Very appreciate that. The 4 looks empty for you. There's a cave. If you're on our servers, Tino, remember that the public servers, the official servers, have a different map to us this week because they reset. They didn't reset. We did. We've got one here in Delta 4. Hi, Lord. Thank you very much for the 5 community gifts up, Bomb. You are awesome, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for gifting those subs. Thank you for gifting the subs to Radiation Joe, Miss Rosalind, Sandborn, Clock Tower, and Mojo. Very awesome of you, bud. Thank you very much. As a reminder, this month I'm also focusing on the PP goal, so I would appreciate when you guys come to resub. If you would normally, you know, be kind enough to donate subs, if you would instead consider maybe getting a tier 3 sub for the month to help us push our PP goal, that would always be very appreciated as well. If you're a T3 sub as well, you get access to our T3 containment pen, which has extra Bailey photos. You know, you can actually get hold of me. You actually can ping me in that channel, which is interesting. You need to wait 7 days. Oh, we'll wait and see in 7 days then, Pan. Thank you. And you give 6 sub points at that point, which is very, very helpful. We're currently at 14 out of 30, 30 out of 300. 14 out of 30 I'd be very happy with. 14 out of 300, less so. You'll be going to T3? Oh, I very much appreciate all of you. It's very kind. No, I feel like if you're a tier 3 sub, that channel is going to stay getting notification pings for me. I think it's important to me. Like, if you're kind of to be supporting me in that way, like, you deserve to be able to ping me. You know, that feels right for now. If it becomes a problem, we can deal with it down the line, but I'm not going to change that as it is now. You are more than welcome to chat as much as you want to there. That's the whole point of that channel for the T3 subs. So it's a little way that I can say thank you guys for the kindness of supporting me for as long as you are. So I appreciate that. Nod, thank you very much for the primary sub. You are a legend. I appreciate you. How did you get into the room? Where were you? You went outside? Okay. There you go. What? Thank you very much, not enough for the Prime sub. Wig Diddley as well, thank you for the 100 bits. You are awesome. As a reminder, if you've got a Prime sub, you are contractually owed that sub by Jeffrey Bezos himself. And therefore, you need to make sure that you're using that sub, because if you don't, you know, good old Moist Jeff is going to take that and he's going to use it to make a statue of himself on the moon, and none of us want that. No one needs Moist Jeff to have a statue of himself on the moon. It's just unnecessary, you know? Like, why? No one asked for that. Yeah, Moist Jeff. Yeah, Jeffrey Bezos. Jeff Bezos himself. He's trying to put a diamond statue of himself on the moon, Greg. He'll build Skynet. Oh, don't worry. No, Elon's already done that. If you've seen the map of satellites around the world with Elon satellites, Elon's already made Skynet. Trust me, we're done. That's done. Gifted doesn't count into the Partner Plus program. That's the issue. Although you are right, we could do different sounds for the sub tiers. That would be good. This could be our tier 3 sub sound if Winky's still here.
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, you know? I'm just fucking...
Oh god. Winky, I'm just proud of you. What if each T3 had their own sound? That would be interesting. You just go back into Dune to come with that. What Winky, you wouldn't
Dinosaur, roar!
you wouldn't kill the Dinosaur, would you? What if I distract you with a nice Garand ping? There we go. We have got some water production going on, so we won't be totally, like, you know, dying. Warframe has the Garand ping. Wait, what? That unironically might get me to start playing Warframe if there's a Garand ping. I would consider Warframing. This is the second time you come out of a meeting, unmute the stream, and suddenly Garand ping. Sindri, I'm purposely trying to train you into responding to the feeling of being done with a meeting and being done with all the bullshit, and then the Garand ping. That's part of the conditioning process. That's how we know we'll make you feel good about the stream. It's all part of my plan. Weird clicker noise, you're here for it. There's this one. Is that better? You prefer? Who's a good chat? I might have accidentally dropped the container. I pressed the button on my mouse by mistake. Who's a good chat? You prefer Jingle Jangle? We can probably do a Jingle Jangle at some point. I still think this is better. It's just a good noise. It's just a good noise. One of the best noises. Did somebody kill Goblin Scout? I can't believe Goblin Scout has been killed. It's a real shame. It's a real shame. A moment of silence for Goblin Scout. Anyway. Hello, are you just sat there by the window enjoying yourself? Is that the plan? Are you going to be like, actually outside is cold, so you want to come sit at my desk instead? Hello. Mrat. Who's a good cat? Right. Cat. More cat, less cat. We would like wider cat. Get more cat, but also smaller cat for Dune. I'm training chat, Drakistan. That's my plan. I don't know what that... What's an icky clicker? I don't understand. Cat are better than Dune? We can make the cat larger, but then if I make the cat the entire stream, I have to change categories, I think. Categories, exactly. Who's a good... We've
Lizard. Lizard.
What do you mean there's too much spice in the base? That's literally not a sentence that makes sense, Luther. I'm confused, Pan. Okay, we're training me puns. That's fine. It was mostly because we were testing out the systems. We can make. Apparently, we can do all kinds of sounds depending on what we're doing. Exactly, change categories. I do hear there's some good software that could do that, Mr. Greggles. Which is one of the goals when I switch PCs in the future, was be to fully move myself across to some awesome new software which would run all my things for me. None of this multiple locations and multiple things. Nah, none of it. None of it. That ping the things to your brain aid to find a Car 98 to shoot in some games so you can relax. I should get a selection of gun sounds like that. The Garand ping, Car 98, Mosin Nagant sounds, the brut of a is it a Thunderbolt? An AC? The Warthog? The sound of an AC-130 cannon, that would also be satisfying. Bolt gun, we could do a bolt gun. Yeah, that would be nice. Brrr, yeah, the brrr. 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 You do like the new Lucent, but you have 12 combat to combat to Mark 6 schematics, which is kind of taking the piss. I mean, it's a good problem to have, Freya. I'm going to be honest with you. That's a nice thing to have lots of. You've got 15 Mosins in Tarkov you'll use for now? Okay. Wild. We know what you do. You just go and sit in a bush with a Mosin and just wait for some fully armed, like, you know, PMC to walk past and pop them in the side of the head, right? Is that what you do, Hades? Because that's what Mosins are real good for in Tarkov. Real good. You may have gone off the deep end on fire and poison testing dungeons and the loot caves. That sounds about right. You only play PvE or running like a maniac? Amazing. How is the PvE of the game now, Hades? Does it still have, you still have like annoying matchmaking stuff and it takes time to like find a server and such? Or is the PvE actually stable? Because I heard a lot of complaints about the PvE elements of Tarkov when it came out. Obviously I was a player of SPT, so I played the them announcing it. So before it was a before the officially supported single player, those of you who don't know, chat, there was basically a fan project that created an offline version of Tarkov where you could host your own like instance, your own server on your PC. You could play around with all the settings, you could play around with all of the balancing, the enemy loadouts, etc., all kinds of things, which is really cool to do. It was good fun. So that was a thing that you could definitely do. Extra loot in the station of the weekend was good, but when you get 3 wayfind hubs in one run, not great. That's a thing, yeah. You only use battleized servers if you play scavs. Okay. What is it that you're looking for, Wig Diddley? Is this, you think this is the one? The worst of the ad Thors as you see it? Is that what you think it is? Okay, that was weird. Okay, fine. You imagine that. Anyone who saw that, you imagined it. The ads are about to be here, chat. Look after yourselves. I will be right back. Look after yourself by unscrungling your back, grab some water, have a snack, stretch your legs, you know, stretch your shoulders. You don't want to be getting a trapped nerve in your back when you wake up tomorrow morning and you get that annoying pain in your shoulder. You don't want that. You don't want that. Stretch your arms, stretch your legs out. Look after yourselves, chat. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. The law. Yeah, no, well, exactly. Luther's right. No one else is gonna look after your spine. Mothman's shiny ass. Nope. The meat van. You don't die unscrungling your span. Unscrungling your span. unscrungling your back, man. That's don't do that. Don't do it. Just don't die. It's that simple. Your spam! No! Ah, my boned! Thanks, Sephiroth. That will live for rent-free in my head forever. Whoop. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. How are we doing? It is good to see you all. I'm going to take the sand claw apart now. How are you all doing? Who didn't descrungle during the ads? I know at least one of you didn't descrungle now, or I'll send B after you. Once he's finished cleaning, you're no match for his wrath. He will destroy, and he'll leave nothing behind. He eats his kills. Like, he's even if it's a nice crunchy bird. I've seen he's made eye contact with me and then crunched a bird before. So I know that he'll do it, chat. Don't I'm not threatening you. You know, you didn't, Sindri, unscrungle yourself at once. You'll humbly said Bees Wrath, he crunches tiny birds. You want the shrimp stature, it's not worth it. You'll get eaten. You can't handle it. Take it from me, back pain isn't as cool as it sounds. And it doesn't sound that cool, I'm going to be honest with you. 95 out of 100. Okay, that's fine. So what we can do here, the first thing we do is we make it so that nobody can come in and leave their stuff here while I'm doing this. Then I make it so that in case of an emergency, okay, well apparently we can't remove Dan. Okay, no, apparently I've just broken the thief. Oops. Are you just showing off having a clen for everyone? Is that what you're doing? I mean, I guess it's good content, B, but... And then I'll give Luther, Demnar, and Sabu, I'll all give co-owner, so in case something happens to me, like I suddenly collapse, they can actually get my carrier and stuff out of here. That's the good thing, right? I'll be dead and I'll lose all of my stuff, but at least the carrier will be safe. No, it's not that much of a consolation prize, to be honest with you. I'll just have to not die while that's happening, okay? Fine. Deal made. Look, you always plan for, like, if you get hit by a bus while you're doing it, you never know what happens. It's called business continuity planning, okay? I can thankfully actually say it wasn't me who put those in that chest. I'm not actually even lying. I've not dumped fuel cells in containers. That's going to be a Luther one. I can't believe you do that, Luther. I might just let chat here, them not having a breakdown about our storage. Hang on, there we go. There we go.
Kronos,
Yes?
why do we have a chest full of residue? I said one chest of residue. Why do we have another chest full of residue?
In my defense, I've not sorted any of those things out. That's a Luther one. Please refer it to my colleague.
Okay, I will handle that one.
Yeah,
but
okay.
but the one that cracked me up, chat, was there were rockets in the spice chest.
When you're gathering spice, do you or do you not sometimes need rockets?
That would make sense if it was in a spice chest upstairs or something.
No,
But
so,
in
no.
the
No,
downstairs
when you're
storage?
offloading spice, you have because we get so much spice when we spice, you have to go to the downstairs chest for it.
Okay.
Okay, sweet. Glad you're on board.
No, I'm moving them upstairs, but yes.
Oh, that's why I cannot unload. Because of all the spice, I cannot sort out.
Are you saying we've got too much spice? Because I'll call you a liar.
No, we have too much spice. We don't even have melange, but we have too much spice.
I can't help you with that problem. This is Luther and Demnar, chat. Two of the moderators, with whom I share a base.
You will ignore the fact that I'm currently littering, because this is residue. Wait, does anyone in chat want to buy the residue? They can come buy it, otherwise I'm just getting rid of it.
Greg needs all the residue. Greg specifically said to me at one point, I need all of the residue. So every single bit of residue, put it into a cargo container. It's earmarked for Mr. Greggles.
Demna, please do not get rid of the residue. We need to make a lot of industrial lube.
Okay, so you need the residue for a bit.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't give the residue to Greg just yet. Dizzy, if you think that you've got a bug for Dune, you can make it on the Dune Discord. There's a ticket service on there that'll go to the mods and it can be escalated up to Funcom if need be. That's how we manage those at the moment. How much carrying capacity do I have? Oh, okay. This. More about doing like a controlled collapse. That fine, there's a hole in the wall.
If we have the power and water loop there, you could just refine a bunch of the spice.
We don't have.
Oh, have we used it all up already again? Okay.
I mean, as soon as we have the water, it's being used up for duralumin.
Rogue is good for Rosary River. Lifetime supply. Already given him a crawler full. Okay, well we'll use ours then. Don't worry.
See, the water is already gone.
Okay. I was just checking because there was still water earlier when I put the bodies in, so I was not sure.
Now, was I sensible on this one? Solid, maybe. Oh, I was.
Can we sell healing kits? Or can we just drop them?
We have a lot of healing kits.
Drop Mark 2s, keep Mark 4s, keep Mark 6s. Mm.
We have 4 medium storage containers full of melange. This is glorious.
Yeah, we're getting short, you're right. We need to fill that 5th one back up. Oh, bugger.
Currently it's full of spice, but I mean...
There's worse things for that container to be full of than spice sand, but it still should be full of melange. We can condense our spice to melange. With that. Getting poor on spice, yeah, we're down to a mere 70,000 spice. It's simply not enough. You understand that we can't possibly accept such a shortage. Moving day is such fun. This is my fun on moving day. I like to cut down the base like a tree trunk.
Yes, being only 5-digit melange is scandalous.
Yes, you're right. We should be 6-digit melange. Which, by the way, is my adult entertainment name.
Why?
Just, you know how sometimes you get like a thought and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna let that one through. That was that moment. That was.
Oh, that was the intrusive thought that won. A short story. The intrusive thought that won. Spice Journeys with Kronos.
Oh shit. That was not what I wanted to do. Fine. I deleted the wrong one. Okay, your monitor over you.
So,
this is why I'm not allowed nice things, chat.
I'll recover eventually, I promise.
I'm not sure what people expected of me, but I'm not sure that was it. Wait, that's that. I've lost the loot. What? It was right there.
They're not under the container, perhaps?
What?
That was fast. Oh?
It's just there. Horrifying, it's stuck inside your carrier. Never do that.
Yeah, it was inside. The game thought you wanted it in the bag, and so it just put it in the bag.
It tried to put it in the bag, but it didn't put it in the bag properly, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, let's make sure I actually have vehicle fuel cells to fly back. That would be helpful.
Oh. I have an interesting bug. Okay, that seems better.
What is your interesting bug?
I was trying to interact with the chests next to the large ore refinery, and every time I went to the chest to be able to interact
Oh yeah,
with it,
that ore refinery is
I
bugged
could
in some
interact with
way,
it.
and the ore refinery is really weird. If we can get rid of any ore refinery, I would like to get rid of that one, please.
Which one?
The ore refinery
one
has got
next
a
to
bugged
me
interactable. Like you can access it from like 30 meters away, and it gets in the way of the two containers that you want to interact with. There we go, see chat. I didn't lose all of the loot. We didn't mess up, and we've left the deep desert on time because tonight is reset. We've packed everything up. Fairly sure I've remembered everything. I feel like I've forgotten something, which is not a great feeling to have when you're packing up the deep desert. I've got a DM from someone. I don't normally open DMs from during the stream.
Okay, power regulator. Where were those? And this one is currently not running, is it? So...
I'm really glad that was the bit that got clipped. I encouraged all of chat yesterday, yeah, clip more. I want to start making some videos and stuff, and I've got some free time and that. And then the next day I let that intrusive comment through. I let the thought like, oh, I just kind of there's a moment inside the road to El Dorado when he's like, you know, the voice inside your head. You don't have what? It was that I had the little voice inside my head. I just kind of waved at the thought as it passed by. I was like, and there it's gone. Yeah, blah. So there you go. You've got that for free now, chat. Enjoy. That would be my Wild West name as well, you know. You know how cowboys always have like real weird names? Like Fleabag Joe. You've 2 clips of it horrifying. There's also a VOD and a YouTube stream of it. Fine. Fine, you know what? Fine. You'll have fun with that? Fine.
It has something to do with the location. I just dismantled the refinery and moved another one in there, but it still has a similar bug. So it is weird.
I'm gonna show chat the orb. Mighty orb, chat. Look at how round this orb is. Look at him. He's so powerful. Let's do this. There we go. The orb. The orb. The Ninja Space Cowboy Spice Harvester. Yeah. Don't trust me to install your roof. First question is, okay, if I place an advanced subfief using the 4 block up method to get most height, will expanders I put on that also be 4 blocks higher? The expanders are always a default size. The reason that you build the advanced subfief higher up is because you're not wasting space into the ground, by my understanding. So if you build, for example, on top of a spire, you're not going to be losing ground space. You can build in vertical space as well. All of the subfiefs that build on top will be shifted up accordingly. So they will be shifted accordingly to the original fief that you place down and that you leave on there, to the one you install them on. There'll be the default size on top of that. So yes, Mike? The answer is broadly yes. If I'm understanding your question correctly, then yeah, it's off the basis of whichever one the most recent fief is. Any word on the server merge? No news, Bearfold. When, like I said, when I have news on server merges, actual merges, rather than just, you know, the transfers being opened up, etc., you guys will know. Someone request is bugged? Okay, I'll add that to the list of things to do, thank you. I'll put it on my list. It's stuck on a sea shanty song? Oh, you mean the exclamation part song? How about now? Windows had effect. I think Windows has suspended the process, so it basically wasn't updating, like graphically, because it was behind something else. Oops, wanted to be higher up. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it just needs to be refreshed. Twitch having a moment. Well, I've got no drop frame, so it's probably on Twitch's end. But if it keeps being a problem, let me know, chat. 4 frames a second there. There's no drop frames in the stream, so it's basically whatever's going on Twitch's end with showing it. Interesting. My voice is starting to be really painful, actually. That's a little bit weird. I'm sure some of you saw me having an issue with it earlier. Reloads and it helps. You thought it was your ad blocker? No. You're into slideshow mode. No, server, like computer resources haven't peaked at all. Setting level. Definitely Twitch end. Yeah. Weird. Music went choppy as well. Yeah, it sounds like Twitch had a problem for a moment. Oh, you're okay. Oh, the engine's a bit fucked. Get the engine out as well. All fine here? Okay, thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate it.
Oh.
What's up?
I just found something out that's probably better to recycle the patterns and just all learn them. Because the patterns will also give component parts and potentially also disassemble into spice melange and spice infused plastinium dust.
I do like melange and spice infused plastinium dust. That's nice. Okay. Right, what do I have here? Got assault ornithopter wings. Got a whole sand crawler without dampened treads. Got another whole set of carrier wings. Here we go. Knew I had some backup wings somewhere. So I still need carry ornithopter engine, generator, and to be honest, my thruster can stay. I don't really need to repair that. It's still at 86, yeah. Yeah, there's no drops of frames on my end, so it's a Twitch end problem. It's just Twitch being their normal, stable, and helpful selves.
I see some of my chests were repurposed.
What do you mean repurpose? I don't know what you mean.
No, as in they've been removed and moved to other parts of the base to be used for something more pertinent, I guess.
There were some relocations, yes.
Which ones?
Okay, that's fine. I can put those here.
Oh yeah, I got rid of the
Individual spice ones, yeah.
yes, and condensed that because we needed some storage for spice.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I just didn't know about it until now.
I mentioned it, but I might not have. So, where was I?
What is sick? Luther, if you have to make, if you make survey probes, do you make multiple of those?
If they count as consumable, potentially.
says it's
let me
schematic
look up.
under.
Let me look up what it says.
They're a cartography tool. They are ammunition.
If they're ammunition, then yes, I have a bonus chance.
Ammunition's in quotation marks, so do with that what you will.
Let me look through the.
You're gonna have to check your notes.
Yes.
Oh, Freya, I know there are a few things like that are a bit odd. They're things I want to ask at some point. They're a bit loud compared to me. Let's turn them down a bit. There we go.
It says heal kits, ammo, and spice consumables. So.
Okay, so not survey probes then.
Depends if they count as ammo for the probe or not.
Finding spice everywhere.
What do you mean you keep finding spice? I wonder how that happened.
I mean, I can try crafting like 10 or so and see if I get in more out of it than you do. Ah, you already have 50 in the making. I see.
You can make more if you want. Like I need 90 a week. So like, do with that what you will. Oh yeah, the stream is getting real low. What's going on?
Oh, wait. Do I just need to have it open?
It might be
Oh.
having both cameras open. Let me try restarting the game, just in case it's a game problem.
Oh, My
Because that's fine.
my bonus might just count if I have the thing open because I see the interface behaving differently. Like
Interesting.
it usually does when I am when I'm doing something. Okay.
The real important movement that you need to be able to see is make sure you can see B's movement. I think that's what we're going to focus on. Look, just let's just see chat. Just make sure there's no.
Here we have 46. 47. Do you remember how many you started?
50, wasn't it? Or you mean total?
Yeah, the total batch that Chronos started. Oh, he's AFK. Oh. Can chat here, I wonder. Yes, take care. But we are very low. Barely audible over the music.
That was complaining we were too loud. So we have been silenced.
So I think this might be an issue to do with the USB port, which is connecting the B cam. When I'm on this view, the game is choppier, see? For OBS, it seems to be struggling a lot more. If I close this, literally while I'm moving, it's even better. So I think what is possibly happening is the USB port in which I have that camera connected might be overloaded. It might be the USB controller is struggling to keep up when I've got the Bailey camera open there. Or it's passing it through something else that it's also got high traffic on the USB ports. I need to change which USB slot it's in.
Kronos, how many probes did you start making?
Somewhere around 55, maybe 60.
Okay, it's 65 are in the chest.
Okay, cool. I might have made some extra. You'll need to actually do a test. Like, my test wasn't going to be enough. Well, unfortunately, I need to do some moving things around in this room, and I can't do that while his lordship is asleep there, because he would be very upset about it. Why is my...
Oh, those are mine, Kronos.
Oh, I was going to say, this is the same build I was wearing for a long time, apart from the fact it's Idaho's charge. That's why I was so confused. I was like, Idaho's charge and no circuit gauntlets. What? Huh?
I needed space so that I could move bodies to
Oh, that makes sense.
put
Moving friends. Yeah. You took a snapshot you're going to draw in later? That sounds like a great... If you draw a picture of B, that would be great. That'd be really cool.
Ooh.
B art would be great. But... These are consumables I don't need very often. I've got the responsive planar. Okay, do that. Demnar, I can't believe you didn't empty one of these Demnar, please sort chests. Just very rude of you, really. I thought we could trust you to empty them.
Did you take all of your probes out of it?
No. I took exactly as many as I needed, which was 90.
Oh dear.
But you can probably
Okay.
see on stream if you go back a few minutes how many I left behind.
I can't believe Kronos is actively adding to my mess while I'm actively cleaning it.
You mean you can't believe that? Of all
You,
the-
you know what this is like? This is like when you're doing the dishes and people come and put dishes next to the sink while you're doing them.
Doug Ace, thank you very much for the gift to Where's Waldo. Very, very kind of you, buddy. Welcome on in, and thank you for that today. It's very, very kind. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for giving a gift sub to Keenox. Very kind of you as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for the love and the support.
Okay, you left 21 in it. I made a batch of 50, and that's exactly what got added. So
Okay, so there's no
not just one
duplication.
probe. Yes.
I can't remember the last time I used a gun that actually uses darts. Like, it sounds weird, but I just don't use any other guns. I just use my las gun, occasionally the ancient way, and then my sword. You found the other 193 Waldos as well. Congratulations. I'm real proud of you. Although that does imply that there are 9,999 potential Waldos.
I mean, do you need 90?
Yeah, I take 90 because it's 81 for, so you've 81 cells in the deep desert if I ever want to scan all of them. And sometimes I get distracted midway through doing a cell and I switch weapons, or I move, or the worm tries to eat me. So I take 9 spare. It's 10% spare. Rounded up. Hello, Oberon, how are you? What an emote, what a face. Ooh, here we go. It's the pirate one again. I actually added this to the main playlist. Might be why I put it on this, put it in into the list. That makes sense. Let's go try something. Hypothetically, where did all of those rockets and stuff go?
They are on the yeah, they're in the ammo chest. So
They're in the ammo. That makes too much sense. A little bit unreasonable, to be honest. I can't believe you'd expect that of me.
Do you need any augments crafted for the weapons?
I'm not augmenting my high grade weapons, my grade 4s, because I don't believe you can replace an augment. Is that correct?
I am actually not certain. Let me test it.
Okay, so the speed difference without my rocket launcher, with a rocket launcher on, is I still go 167 in the Scout, and I can still accelerate upwards. But still an infinite range glide. But 167 is actually quite slow. But you'll outpace a carrier on the flat without its boost. That's a thing. And let's see with my heat dissipation how this works. The full overheat. Oh my god, okay. Oh. So you could fire a volley of 37 missiles, even at level 50 without full overheat, and I'm ready to fire again now, 100 temp. I'm pretty much fully reset on temperature to start another volley. Nope, no hitting myself there, it's just me firing a huge volley off. I can also do a climbing turn without losing speed, as you can see. So you can see my altitude is climbing. So I literally can do a climbing turn at quite a steep, quite a steep rate. Look at that. You're obviously not going to be able to keep up with another rocket scout, but actually, like in terms of usability, like if you come up against, you know, a heavily laden carrier in a rocket Mark 6, you really do stand a chance. That carrier will need to use its boost and then you'll have to catch back up. But you can use height smartly and the cooldown smartly. You might actually have a good fight. Now, the question is, with the speed difference and diving... Well, that would just knife through it. Okay, so we need to go further back for this. There is some arming distance on rockets, so you can actually sometimes kind of skip them.
My FPS has gone up.
These rockets slightly home.
Luther, what do you want me to put the?
Okay, no, they just haven't. They just
schematics
look like they have an arc. Oh, the ads are here. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna check a quick message or two.
Wait a second.
Broken hearts. Hmm.
What did you ask them now?
The augment schematics. Where do you want me to put them now?
Above the crafting floor, there is
Oh,
enough
did you
for
move them up
chests
there?
for the. Yes, I didn't want the crafting floor
Okay.
to be.
That's fine. I agree. I have a few more blueprints for you as well.
Let's see. Let's try it. Let's do rate of fire. Yes. And so yeah, Kronos, if you put an augment on, I can't replace it with another one.
The schematics for you to learn in the augment components chest.
Yeah, that's.
It's a fairly safe spot to put it.
Kronos is having shooting rockets.
He's going pew pew pew.
I've gone a bit carried away there. Thank you very, very much, Anonymous Gifter. We have now met our sub goal for the day. You are absolutely awesome. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you for sticking with during the ads. I got a little bit carried away there with the rockets, but it's kind of fun. So what I want to do is I want to see how much kind of damage running a full set of running a full 250 rockets out will do. Sometimes this slight angle on these wild.
You want me to put an ornithopter in the PvP zone?
Nah, we're all right. I don't want to do anything PvP wise for now.
Regis components.
Yes. Put them in the augment components one.
Okay.
Oh, we have 15. Oh. Wonder. Imagine if you had enough ornithopters and you could actually do this. You just hammered a huge number of rockets into the side of the hammer there, and just like destroyed the rock wall and just caused the whole thing to collapse. It'd just be absolutely brutal devastation to the Fremen. Awful.
You weren't joking when you said you went overboard with Jasmine. How you say?
How overboard has Luther gone with Jasmine? I need to know.
We only needed 70k Jasmine ore. I might have accidentally farmed 120.
Okay, so you got double
looking.
the amount of Jasmine we needed. That's German efficiency for you. Luther just locked in and got nearly double the amount of Jasmine. Okay, well, fine.
I would blame the Dutch who was bringing away all of the Jasmine, so I didn't have an accurate tally of where it actually was. So
So we're blaming Sabu. We're going down the OBS route then. Is that what we're saying?
yes,
Okay, fine.
always blame Sabu.
Now I won't embarrass myself by doing what I normally do by pressing Q and shift simultaneously and accidentally firing off a rocket because I forgot that I'm not meant to have a boost. So yeah, now we're back up at 209 speed. Our ornithopter feels quite good. You want a worm skin leather jacket? That you're gonna have to hunt your own worm for that, Oberon. I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to help you with that one. I'm not willing. I don't want to face the wrath of the worm. I feel like that's too disrespectful. Oh, this is too tempting. That was fun. To be honest, that was just enjoyable. I wasn't convinced I could make that one, but I did.
That was pretty impressive.
You. It's very kind of you to say. Sometimes my judgment is okay with the ornithopter where I am in space, and sometimes it's not. The whole thing.
Well, it's much better than mine, though I blame my poor FPS, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so you firing 250 rockets used up 33 of the durability, so no, sorry, 23 of the durability, so nearly a quarter of it. So you basically can get like 4 reloads. Hello, irate soft hair. Yeah, Xantara probably had one. I'd believe the Xantara had one. Hi. Are you reaching out a paw to come and say hello to me? Is that what it is? Are you wanting some attention? Hey. You're such a sweet boy, aren't you?
Ah, I see you helped the guests to bed.
Yes.
I was a
Hello.
little bit slow in mental timing.
Such a nice cat, aren't you? He's such a sweet boy.
We don't have a Bailey cam.
You don't have Bailey cam? Oh, well, I could maybe I just do this. He just wants fuss. He just wants attention. Hello.
You just want attention. You don't want much.
Hello. It doesn't matter if the game's laggy as long as you can see the cat cam and it's all fine. Yeah, who's a good kid? You're just pushing your head down on my hand so that you can have a chin rub. Is that what you want? You want under the chin? Ooh. Babe. He's just the sweetest boy. Just the sweetest boy. Aren't you? Yeah? Hi. You gonna make some biscuits on your pad? Or are you coming across? Are you coming across for attention? I feel like you might be coming across, or... Oh no. Excuse me, can I get all of this extra floof off of you? Thank you. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna hop down. Okay, go. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. We turn that one off, we turn this one on. Big stretch. Big stretch. this that window, so it's freezing here. It's already getting a bit cold. Hi, yeah, I know. 1 second. Okay, put this camera back on and we'll see if it's laggy. Didn't test it with the cat cam, so we shall see. Right, let's log back into the game. See, it's not stuttering. Oh, it's... maybe a little. Yeah, you can just go and get one of the electro worms that's already prepared for you and everything. Okay, chat. Well, I went live a little bit late, and I also obviously streamed yesterday, so I'm actually going to end the stream now. We are going to raid out. And tomorrow I will likely do other games, like Ark, etc. We are prepped for the Deep Desert as well, so we can probably do Dune and then Ark tomorrow if we made the Deep Desert base. Thank you all very much for being here today. I know you just got here. I'm sorry, Oberon, but B wants a cuddle and feeding. And therefore, he does take priority. We are going to raid our good friend Jojo. This will be the raid message. Here we go. The raid message will be, where's Spice? Where's Spice? Where's Spice, Jojo? Where's Spice? Where's Spice? Why no Spice? In Star Trek. She's playing Star Trek. Thank you all very much for being here. I really appreciate the nice chill Monday we've had. I'm going to go take care of B, and I will catch you guys later. Take it easy. Have an absolutely lovely evening. Thank you all very much. Oberon, I'm sorry. It's nothing personal, but I'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy and take care.